Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Season 2 finale of Tales from My Wife's Son, Rex Nihilo. When last we left our protagonists, if they can even be called that, they had plunged into the twisting corridors of the strange house, uncovering its numerous names and secrets scorched into the petrified rowan wood. Poring over torn fragments of memory spun into loose pieces of vellum, half-rotted from the rising brine, and ambushed by lurking figures from the floors below. The party had been drawn deeper into the estate, finding a larder stocked with twitching, regenerating masses of flesh, and a hidden alcove in which was secreted a bone mask steeped in antique mysticism. Beyond the threshold of the wizened building lay the cavorting forms of the reaping moon's avatar, and the shadow of an eldritch horror in human shape, warring with each other upon a simple lawn. With little effort, our protagonists managed to reforge a silvered knife, using the remains of an ornate key as their solder, and with it they've unlocked the final descent into the tenebrous depths of the estate. Into the catacombs of Tanalorn, where the bones of nobility lay in unquiet repose. Well, folks, the door is unlocked, and the stairs spiral down into nothingness.
Yeah, but I'm already in there. I'm already going about the place saying things. Wasn't I walking up to like a figure or something?
Not quite.
Of a woman? Was it not like a figure of a woman or something?
I believe you may be misremembering. At present, you're descending into the depths. Because we have changed over to a different screening, we weren't.
Ah.
Is there any other business you wish to carry on this floor before you descend downwards? Because you can hear that something is moving outside, and it's taking slow, deliberate steps that seem to shake the foundations of the house.
Alright, if I recall, Shadow Grip or Phantom Ganon is outside fighting with what, a Shoggoth or some shit like that. Fucking Shub Niggurath or whatever.
Oh, there you go.
Then, fellas, what do you want to do? Do you want to go down the hole?
I just want to inspect this meat one more time. Should I roll knowledge heal or something?
You may roll heal if you wish. Nature will also be acceptable.
Ooh.
The flesh is regenerating. Whoever took it apart has done so with a great deal of precision. They clearly know the butcher's art. However, as much as it's regenerating from the cuts, there are sections where chunks have been haphazardly ripped away. Those sections are not regenerating. You can see teeth marks where the regeneration has stopped.
What creatures do I know that have high regeneration about this size?
Well, no trolls regenerate. I regenerate, mud regenerates.
There's probably a lot
No,
of
you
shit.
fast heal. There's a difference.
All right.
You drop on your stores of blood to push your metabolism beyond normal human means and quickly heal up naturally. Regeneration is an innate ability. When you guys are reduced to an unconscious state, you turn to mist and discorporate. And a similar creature without being a vampire would drop on the spot and stop regenerating. A true regenerator, they don't stop regenerating. Even when they're dead, they regenerate. And they will eventually get back up.
So beside the Tarask, who we know that regenerate, do we have anything else coming to my mind?
Trolls regenerate. These are not. This is not troll flesh. Troll flesh is a sickly green color. This is very much humanoid, but it's very lean. Whatever once possessed this flesh, it was roughly human-sized, albeit quite scrawny.
All right, knowledge artists, do your thing.
No, you're right.
Come on, university challenge crew.
Universally challenged.
You beat me to it, you son of a bitch.
We need to do the ultimate test when we finally get out of this place. We need to go to a local pub and do the pub quiz.
Yeah, well, we
And
have
let's
to.
see what our
Oh,
knowledge
fuck
is.
yeah.
You're assuming there's a pub left to quiz.
Well, ours is
Wait.
still.
Right.
We have a monopoly. Ah!
Come on,
Let's just go
roll your
down.
knowledges.
Alright, what knowledges could I use? Let's have a look. Let me have a quick... I've got to remind myself what the fuck I can actually do.
Nature.
Nature.
That tells me I'm not that good at nature.
I can also do bardic knowledge, I guess.
Sounds good. Okay, you both know roughly what this could be. Aiden particularly has seen this because she spent quite a bit about the place in the bar before, becoming an adventurer with you guys. You would often see the waitresses wandering around. They were generally quite clumsy, but you notice they never had any injuries. Even when there was, complete calamity unfolding, when pressure cookers were exploding, when people were carving through their own hands with knives in botches of preparing meals, or being scalded with water, no wounds ever held around with them. And you remember hearing from Saber that some meddling was done with the waitresses. They weren't strictly human.
See, the moment we found out that they started talking about how the fucking waitresses were hinted at being something horrible and ridiculous. Did anybody else picture fucking ritualist in a dark, dimly lit room stroking giant tubes filled with muscly women? Anybody else picture that? Or
Oh,
just me?
Ritualist, you actually know precisely what they are, because you collaborated with the maker of them. Saber bred them. They are a combination of Cantfolk and Taraskling. They have a near infinite capacity for regeneration. However, it is very slow.
Our fucking waitresses are fucking part Tarask.
Well, you will recall that you did give Saber near infinite access to a horn of Tarask keratin. Not from a true Tarask, true. But
I
the DNA is
don't
there.
care. It means nobody takes sick leaves and they do their jobs all right, so it's all good.
Well, I fear that they will be taking a rather substantial leave of work, considering that they are, well...
Well, it seems we have to give Mega even more access to the horn if we want them permanently working.
What worries you is that something managed to take a bite out of this and rendered the regeneration null and void. Something did permanent damage to something with completely untyped regeneration.
Shall we
Knowledge
go
builds teeth.
see? Shall we go see what that is in the basement? Probably. I don't
Is
think we
there
have
a knowledge?
anything else.
Is there knowledge memory? Something.
A memory check is a straight wisdom check.
Alright, I ask people, like, fucking, does anybody remember if Bill had fucked up teeth or anything like that?
He's been a
Memory
cannibal.
test. 15.
This is getting a bit personal. Like,
I mean, UK territory. I don't want to judge, but
Just roll your wisdom.
boy, I will drown you in the ocean.
I ain't gonna bother because
Oh,
it
please,
wouldn't be in
I'm
character
sorry.
for me to care enough. We also don't give dental plans here.
Bill, can I roll for nature for your teeth? Is that something that would apply here?
Really regretting this character design. I'm really regretting this encounter design now.
Fucking yes. Using your knowledge nature, you have realised that Bill, being a human man, does in fact have teeth.
He does need to have
Typical.
some. He has the majority of his teeth.
That's what
You
I'm
do
talking
know that
about.
he lost a number of his during the time he was shot in the face.
Okay, who get the best wisdom?
Wisdom. One second. I think I have an alright wisdom. Oh no, I have an okay
It's
wisdom.
Arcana.
Yeah, mine's not even that
Roll,
good.
roll just your flat wisdom, so plus whatever it is there, and just see if you can remember how fucked up Bill's teeth were.
Okay, this is it without anyone's added bonuses.
Oh, nice. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gee.
Damn, next one.
Okay,
There you go.
Duck, you were okay. You were privy to some information from some of the other staff. During the time that Vilmund was secluded, they recall spotting him occasionally creeping out of his room at night. And on one occasion, a member of staff walked into the bathroom to discover a tile of the ceiling had been displaced, and in the sink had been a number of teeth that had been seemingly ripped free of a jaw. In the midst which was a pool of blood. The teeth in question had a number of additional roots from what you would expect. Like, for instance, a canine with as many as 4 roots.
Jesus fuck Christ. The fuck?
So wait, but I take it we saw Bill since then.
Yes.
I go up to Nokia and say, you need to add a dental plan.
Teeth all over the place and pools of blood. Fucking no, but okay. So, alright, when we saw like Bill's teeth from Duck's memory, like whenever like Bill was just talking, did he have like a full set of frontal teeth or whatever?
He had a full set of frontal teeth, but you notice that there was a gap on his right side.
Okay, so we look at the meat, and does the meat have like a fucking gap? But does that match up with Duck's memory? Duck, look at the meat.
The meat varies, like the bite marks are bizarre. They don't really seem to. It looks less like they were. It looks like it was definitely bitten into, but whatever cut through it wasn't cutting through with like jaw pressure. It was cutting through with heat.
He's got flame teeth.
Like, it literally seems like whatever was biting it, it was just withering into just disintegrating mass by its presence. Because
That's
there are
an
scorch
amazing
marks
visual.
surrounding the bite marks. Like, it's
I
not just
have concluded-
on the interior of the bite marks.
I've concluded how this could have been done. Clearly, whoever ate this meat had eaten a lot of onions beforehand and had very bad breath. Corrosive breath, indeed.
Onions or
No,
garlic
hang
or
on,
both?
That's a fucking great idea. Think about it. Your teeth cook the meat as you eat it.
Logically,
It
it
should be noted that there are corrosion marks as well as the heat.
Haha!
But did the semicircles of the bite marks? Because like fucking bite marks are semicircular. Can we tell that there was a bit missing that's like lesser from all the like semicircular marks?
It seems more sporadic, as if the flesh was literally chewed off, rather than just straightforwardly bitten.
Well, that's just messy.
All right, so we know that something has been biting this. It's got corrosive bites and shit like that. It's got flame teeth. This is like dream meat that resembles what makes our fucking waitresses. Does this hold any relevance to anything?
Honestly, I think. it's
How
confirmed.
close? Okay, I need to question. Are you just examining it, or are you going to like dig around in it?
I ain't fucking touching it.
Someone have
In
like a
fact,
pen.
we're just looking at it, trying to hopefully not have meat grow on us or some shit like that.
We're in a kitchen. Richard, let's grab a fork and start poking.
I use my razor to poke it. Spin it around.
Okay. As you poke at the mass, you smell a small amount of greyish discharge
Wow.
on the flesh. It's kind of like best described as like a very. It's like a weird mush of just greyish flesh, and it's got a particular blue tint to it.
Arcana.
Yes, indeed.
Health and safety is gonna fuck us.
Oof. Oof.
Okay, you know what this is. This is weirdly, this is a mix of dead skin and saliva. Specifically, it's the dead skin saliva of someone who is suffering from silver poisoning. Silver poisoning actually shows itself by the discoloration of the skin and eyes, tinting them blue. Well, these are bluish grey.
Wait a minute. So does that mean if me and Mud tried to eat one of the waitresses, we'd get fucked? Wait, does silver hurt us? I forget.
No, actually, silver just colors your skin in real life.
No, but with vampires, does silver hurt me, Mud?
I think that's a yeah. Really.
It's definitely unpleasant. And yeah, this is a real world thing. It's called Argyria. Or Argyria.
I've never been there.
Does anybody else wants to poke the flesh, or do you think we're done?
Honestly, I don't think.
Oh, you should get a little bit more information, Ritualist. Specifically, judging by the way it shimmers on contact with the metal, there is magic infused in this. This is not just a simple silver poisoning. Whoever you'd wager that, this is just a guess, whoever had been doing this has been drinking holy water, which contains silver dust in it.
Metal.
Wait, but from his knowledge, did it already have, like, this stuff in it? Or did it happen after the bite?
This appears to be discharged from the bite, judging by where it is.
I tried to have a memory check. Who was drinking holy water in our house?
Well, very few people in the house can drink holy water. But you do recall one thing. Vilmund had bizarre bluish grey patches on his skin. Specifically, you noticed that when he left his hovel, for the few times he did before we egressed with the sword, the room was stained with that sickly grey colour in handprints.
Guys, I think Bill is down there, judging by all the evidence.
So why would Bill be dreaming about chopping up and eating waitresses?
Why wouldn't he, really?
Really, I mean, coming from you.
And to be fair, he was super fucked up and he was trying a whole bunch of shit. So maybe if the waitresses had the regeneration, maybe he was trying to eat the waitresses to get some of the regeneration.
Or maybe he was hungry.
I guess the answer is downstairs. However
yeah.
fucked up it is.
I will say that the right answer has been said, but it's not the one you think it is.
If Bill has been biting waitresses, we're gonna have a fucking Me Too scandal of fucking punchies.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Hashtag
You're
Me
embarrassing
Too.
me. Just let
If Harvey Weinstein had just eaten some people, he'd probably be more popular than he is now.
Oh,
He used to be less of a creep about it.
Hashtag
Oh, this is my chance, though, to
Like
get in on that
burger patties.
hashtag Me Too shit, man.
hashtag Me
Just sell the
Too.
waitresses
Fucking-
burger patties.
Let's
They
get it
serve
trending,
as the
lads.
food.
Did you
and
say
the
burger
waitresses.
patties?
Yeah, burger patties. Yes, then we don't even have to pay for food, and we don't have to pay the staff. It's
Yeah, but-
money.
Yeah, but do you want ritualists to shoot you?
I mean, like, as long as they regenerate.
Don't tempt your fate, Keltoid.
Race war, race war, race war.
Actually, to be fair,
no more brother wars, guys.
the problem
Stop your Europa posting.
the problem that
Too
you've
inside.
got is that because they're so muscly, they'll actually have like really horrible meat to eat because it'll be like so fucking tense that you but you've got to have some like what's tenderness to it. Yeah.
We want that juicy shack meat.
So
I,
what
I
you're
don't know.
saying-
This sounds like a good financial sort of opportunity if you're just selling regenerated meat.
So what you're saying is
We've got to
you
leave
don't
it to
have the
age.
ways.
That's what we'll do.
God, my fucking life is loaded
Season
with fucking
Okay,
genetic
okay.
horrors.
Should we just go down the whole?
Yeah, I feel like we're wasting
Yeah,
time.
we should.
Patrick Power.
Can I just ask, Bill, see out of everything that's fucked up in the IRA, like fucking, I know I'm super corrupt and I'm fucking an amalgamation of all kinds of nightmarish fucking things, and it's only going to get worse since I ate that fucking vampire. But where am I on the scale of the horrible things that currently are associated with the IRA?
You've got easily the highest corruption rating in the entire organization. If you were human right now, you'd drop dead immediately from corruption.
There you go. I'm still.
You would explode into corruption, which would then rain down the surrounding region.
I'm still the
And
most fucked up.
That
thing in
said,
the IRA.
there are people who are giving you a run for your money. Not least of which the Herald of fucking Famine.
I don't look that bad now, do I, guys?
Look,
You're
you know what?
a fucking weirdo, schizotechnical fucking cyborg whose brother tried to take over the world.
Bill,
It
look,
didn't succeed though.
whatever about Nuka, but you know I had to do it to him.
Fuck off. High five.
Shut up. We all know what you did. Take us to the basement, Bill.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's get in the hole. Come on.
Lucky Ducko.
Let's have a corruption measuring contest later.
Okay. Let's take us across.
I don't really think Edgy was evil. I think Edgy was just edgy.
That moment where the edge is the purest of us all.
Only in a fictional setting can the Jew have the least corruption.
Yeah, well, obviously he needs to stay pure. Candid wouldn't sponsor him if he wasn't.
I still love that the protagonist of, like, for all our airs that we put on of the fucking lol alt-right memes and shit and Europa posting, the protagonist of this, the closest we have to a protagonist who has been here since the start is the rampant Jew. Like the Jewish Jew to ever oy vey. And he's the fucking, like, he is legitimately the nicest character who, you know, Valiant notwithstanding, like, and he does he does blood libel in his spare time.
Ritualist does experiments on children.
You
He
eat
sells them to
children.
people. I don't eat children. I
He
eat
sells them to you.
I don't
Listen,
need him to get me things. I just go out there and I'm like, hey baby, and they're like, fucking, what do you want, you creeper? Charisma 30. Get fucked. Hey. So, this is pretty
Valia's
fancy.
one crime is alcoholism, which, whilst it might hit closer to home for more people, is not really in the same avenue as blood libel.
Alright, nibbers. Fucking awareness, get it done.
Okay, I actually have a description for this region.
Let's see perception.
Roll away.
Pardon me.
Nice.
Dab.
I've probably got a perception around.
Oh no,
it somewhere.
Ritualist.
I always forget to.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
you're nice.
No, that was a different rule. My mistake.
Well, 17 is a good roll.
Alright. I think that's the best we're gonna get.
I mean, yeah, I can too, I guess. But
Roll away.
I mean, I fucking
Nice.
eat children, but at least I don't f them.
Perception.
Nobody here fucks children. What is wrong with you?
We have no
Well,
shifts.
would
We
you,
kill-
sorry,
kill-
did we or did we not get out the pedo fucking child auction dungeon
yeah.
of fucking dread?
Oh, yeah,
Malaka,
kill them.
Malaka, we will be back.
Where they would knit entire families into fucked up angel abominations and shit like that.
We're basically the saviour of children.
Yeah.
We're basically, we're basically Jesus, man.
It's kind of like when the Yakuza would fuck up somewhat worse or criminal organizations.
We didn't
You
eat
still
that
kill a
many
lot of people.
We didn't eat that many people. We got the blood bank.
Where do you think the blood came from?
No, we haven't
Yeah,
actually
well,
set. I
well,
don't think we've actually probably set that up yet. To be
Well,
honest.
remember we did medical checks and all the stuff and everything. We all took everybody's blood just so me and Mud had a nice big story to do during all the job interviews. Remember?
Yeah, we only take like a pint from someone before they start passing out.
Yeah, but if you just make them do it over time, several times over a few days, I mean, you know, you've got a lot.
So I remind you, it's not based on quantity; it's based on hit dice. You need to have like at least 10 hit points per hit dice. You
Let's-
have, but you
let's-
drink a lot of blood.
Does everyone roll their perceptions, or at least I think that's the best we're going to get. I think.
Yeah.
So, Bill, what are we seeing?
Okay.
I'm just picturing a syringe, but instead of a needle in the end of it, it's just a katana blade, and I'm like, alright, stay still.
Just a boxing glove.
Sorry,
Okay.
what do we do?
As you traipse through the quiet corridors, your feet skim over a metal panel in the floor. Embossed on the floor is ornate design of a tree. It appears to be some kind of family crest. Or organizational crest. Whatever it is, it's carved directly into the stone and then embossed in lead.
Ah, fuck, wasn't like knowledge, like old cunts, fucking layman's
Is
field?
it like a hallway downstairs, or is it like this on end of the hallway?
And there are a
Okay.
number of alcoves. The place is like a maze.
Mm. Is there any like footsteps or marks or anything that we can see that's like recent?
Not really. Everything is under a thin layer of water. There is no sign of any disturbance of the dirt beneath.
Oh god, a
What-
flying in.
What about this crest? Is it like does it have maybe signs of being moved around or anything like a latch or a hatch?
Not quite. It's built in. It's carved directly into the flagstones of the foundations.
Lads,
What's
just
on it?
It is an ornate, almost runic, depiction of a tree.
Okay, so I'll roll religion to see if it's maybe a religious symbol.
Pardon.
Something.
Okay. You know that's, well, of course, the green faith revere trees. And further, it's not quite a tree. It's more like a fern.
My English fails me. What is a fern?
it's like
A fern is it's a plant. It's a fronded
Like
plant.
a shrub. That's
Shrub.
Like yeah.
Like imagine the top of a tree, but on the ground. That's a really poor
My
description.
shrubbery.
Specifically, what it is a plant. It has 3 prongs on its left side and 2 on its right. It's missing a middle prong on its right-hand side. But at the same time, it is woven into a runic symbol of a rowan tree. A rowan tree, also known as a mountain ash, is a potent symbol of protection in certain faiths. Though those of you with more occultic knowledge recognize immediately what the fern-like symbol is. The fern-like symbol is an elder sign. It's a rune of protection against eldritch beasts. It's quite commonly used in certain circles, just as a warding.
I stick my leggy out really far in the direction of it. Does it react in any way with me?
No.
I'm fine.
I'm going to consult the Necronomicon and roll Arcana.
This is what's called a pre-Delphian elder sign. It is you place it down on the ground in as ornate a fashion as possible, and it will block the passage of eldritch creatures, specifically creatures from the far planes.
Is any of us from the far plains technically considering the shit we did?
No one here qualifies. But I'm speaking of mainly things like aberrations.
I'm trying to sense like the value of it. Is it like is there something under it or below it or like in the vicinity that is like very valuable?
If you look around the edges, you notice that there's inscriptions. This appears to be the top of a tomb. Specifically, this is the entrance to a tomb complex.
Oh, God.
It's customary in some cultures to bury a member of the priesthood at the forefront of a tomb to which their family belonged. So, for instance, if someone were a priest in family, they would be the first person buried in that tomb complex in order to act as a ward, similar to how saints' bones are used as a ward.
Is there maybe a name that we can read?
There is no name attached.
What I wanted to say was, is this like a general purpose sort of thing, or is it associated
No,
with
this is very... You need to know some very, very strange stuff to be able to institute this kind of thing. It is not... Well, let's put it this way. If you get caught using an elder sign, you're assumed to be a member of a cult. It's only the fact that one of your party members is a bard who has very, shall we say, arcane knowledge, and one of your members of the party is also a cultist himself, that you manage to recognize it.
No. Alright, so it's just a high up thing in like a certain school, then basically. It's not associated with a certain like group or anything, then basically.
It's widely used in the... If you were to look through the book known as the Unspeakable Cults, most of them will have knowledge of it. But it's anyone who knows about these kinds of creatures usually seeks this out.
I've just been wondering what the fuck this is that's been getting drawn.
It's Mark III.
Is it?
I think so.
But it's just
It's
just a corpse.
Yes,
dead
I see.
Do we press on or do we want to open it up?
Yeah, I think we want to press on, but it's a maze in front of us.
If it's a maze, then we just take the right until we are blocked off, and then we turn to the left and then continue going right. It's a perfect system.
Yeah. But we are in a dream nightmare world, so...
We can
try to make
like
some kind of
wander forever. Do I sense anything of greater value, like in any direction of the maze?
There are a few bits and pieces and trinkets kicking around, but whatever the most valuable thing is in the far distance. You can feel a magical ward of some description in the distance that's been made permanent.
Let's press on.
Yeah, I think going in general direction of that is our best bet. Of course, all the time, like checking for traps, poking to see if there's anything.
Okay, roll me a perception check, please, people.
Oh yeah, greatest roll ever.
Oof, son.
Thanks, Satan. Save our asses, please. And you too, Mud.
Big oof.
Okay. Mud manages to notice the the engineering aspect. Aiden notices the magical. Mark III, you notice that the various hallways and arcades around here, they are on a system of, for lack of a term, clockwork.
Right.
When there is no pressure on the floor in a corridor, but there is pressure elsewhere, that will trigger a change in layout. So whenever a alcove or corridor is out of sight, but someone is in this maze, it will shift around. Walls will be lowered and raised, or simply meet entirely. In extreme cases, entire corridors can be cut off.
So this maze will shift under our feet as we leave it.
Yes. Aiden,
But
you noticed the other aspect of it. Specifically, ahead. Titan slabs of stone enshrined tombs from the Isles in shrouded antiquity. The runes scribed on these ancient monoliths are embossed in lead and black onyx, coursing with raw magical flux. Death curses from some of the most talented occultists from the primitive age. These half-flooded corridors are clogged and stagnant, bringing to mind a collapsed vein, clotted with decay. These corridors are kept flooded from one of the, basically a body of water above. You, Aiden, can walk on top of the water using your Daredevil armor ability.
Oh,
So
good.
you notice that the water's surface has got an unusually high surface tension because on top of the water is a thin layer of oil. This is to prevent the water from reacting with the air and keep the water level all at the same rate. There is something below the water level that is sealed in by the oil. You suspect it's some kind of algae that under normal circumstances, when disturbed, will disperse into the air.
does these two share this information with the rest of us?
Right, yeah.
Thank you. I'll put on my breathing mask immediately from the suit.
Me and Mud don't breathe.
Can I look at those occult scribings? Do I know anything about them? With the help of
You
Nihilo.
may roll, eh?
Who here can fly? Duck, you can fly.
I
I can
can.
fly. Can you fly?
Yeah.
I cannot.
Or zip with the electricity, either or.
Oh wait, but remember, Naka. Wait, sorry, just a small question. I'm assuming that the pressure plates are only on the floor and not on the walls.
They are indeed on the floor.
Wait.
So just climb around them.
Is there enough space where I can ride my horse and down these hallways?
You could attempt, but you would be at risk of essentially nearly taking your own head off on the arcades.
There he is.
There we go. Yeah.
Yay! Saved by the fucking bell.
I think we just had a bit of a dip. Or I did, at the very least. Double check. Everything's live and a new stream hasn't started. Sweet. A
Good
win.
stuff.
That's an epic win.
This was worse than Eldritch Horror.
Now this is epic.
Now this
Okay.
is an epic.
No, basically we have like 3 flyers and 2 non-flyers in the party. From
Wait, who's
Well,
the-
I don't really think Aiden should do it because she'll electrify the water.
Well, why not? I mean,
Right.
it's got, okay, so it's got
Because
oil
she'll
on the top.
electrify the water.
Naka, how good is your
Well,
shrimp?
Okay, but if the,
My shit
if
is
the
ridiculous. That was my idea. I'm gonna get out my extendable pole. I'm gonna hold it over my shoulder, and everybody's just gonna grab onto it and just hold themselves up, and I'm just gonna perfectly float along the place, holding you all up. Okay?
Wait, how can you do that?
Oh.
Though?
Because I can fly.
Well, okay, how
Okay,
about
it's
this?
fine.
Why don't I
Jesus.
just electrify the whole thing and set the oil on fire and burn all this shit up?
Because that would unleash the algae that would kill all of us.
Oh, I thought it. Well,
Okay.
I thought maybe it would just get destroyed.
You know that if you were to put that much electricity through the water, it would kill the algae.
Okay.
Further, the algae is only dangerous in an enclosed space, such as when you activate the pressure plates, your corridor gets cut off by the clockwork, and the area floods with the algae from you panicking and thrashing around.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm going to get out the extendable pole anyway. I'm going to tell everybody. I'm going to extend it. I'm going to tell everybody to grab on. I'm going to float myself above the water with everybody else, and then Aiden can just fry the fucking water.
Okay,
There
okay.
you go, and kill all the algae. Sound good? Sound good to everybody?
Well, let's try it.
Let me just have a quick
Alright.
look. I'm just trying to find if there's anything that we can use to mark
Do
out
we
where
need
we're
to
going
roll
in the
anything,
maze.
or do we assume this is just last, like, you know?
Well,
I was
if
doing
she's
shit.
going to,
I'm-
if she's
I
going
mean,
to breathe lightning or what have you,
My strength is 27, so
yeah, you're probably within his weight limit, so.
Well, I mean, I can fly too, though. So
I can
Yeah.
use that. You,
Yeah, I can
you,
fly.
you breathe the lightning and you can appear anywhere in the beam.
I
I
just
think
need to,
basically who can ever fly not going to lift their lazy asses.
unironically,
I'm just
I'm
gonna hold
allergic to
people up.
electricity.
Fucking just do one of your lightning attacks in the water.
Can I just not be here for a bit? Because I don't need to die.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's why
what
I'm
do I
saying.
roll
That's
for
what I'm
that,
saying.
then?
Grab the rod, hold on to the rod,
Oh.
and I will just levitate out the water. Done.
I'm just going to turn into mist because I know that doesn't.
You can do
have-
that. Yes.
Are
That's
you
the safer
gonna
thing.
miss that gay shit?
I'm gonna
Missed me with that gay shit.
vape dab yeet on that gay
Okay,
shit.
under normal circumstances, the Thunder Child's breath weapon causes 1d6 per 2-hit dice, and you're level 10, so 5d6. Okay. I won't require you to roll it if you don't wish to, because it's a pool of water.
okay, yeah, go ahead.
There's only, it's pretty much, you can roll it if you wish, but actually, you know, go ahead, roll 5d6. Okay, 14 damage. As your breath strikes the water, the layer of oil pops like a bucket of hydrogen, and in this great coruscating flame that rushes across the surface of the water, that just burns this bright, vibrant green. It runs its way up the corridor as if it were physically fleeing from you. And you see it coursing down each of the corridors in turn. What's more interesting is as your lightning breath strikes the water, the entirety of the water fluoresces this bright phosphorescent blue, as if it were filled with. Are you familiar with the kind of krill that pulses that very vibrant blue bioluminescence?
Yeah.
It's this bright, vibrant blue color. It just fluoresces down the entirety of the corridor in patches, like starlight. And as quickly as it arrived, it dims. What doesn't dim is the emblem. All the runes. Rituals, these kinds of runes are not exactly common in your circles. These aren't your usual elder cultist runes. These are regional. These are Lycia's ancient language.
Do we have any knowledge of it?
Ancient Lycian is not exactly a widely practiced language. It doesn't really have much in the way of pronunciation.
I
Lycia's
guess
ancient.
layman would be useful now.
He looks up and down, scribbles some stuff down, takes a imprint of one of the doors, turns it upside down, and just kind of cocks his head slightly. It's a bit above my pay grade.
Do I have like any general idea about like the flow? Is like some symbols recognizable, you know, like undead skull or something hieroglyphic? Catch my drift.
You notice that there seems to be cases, like, for instance, upper and lower K. There's an upper and lower case to each rune, with the upper and lower simply being a flip of its other version. It's similar to the Elder Thuthark. However, there's very small differences. It seems to be most closely related to Aklo.
Anybody here speaks Aklo, or does any of my books?
I speak
But-
Aklo.
But a lot of your books are in Aklo. That's why you recognize a lot of the symbols, but they're not quite right. And if you were to try and translate this into Aklo, you'd get gibberish.
What do I see when I look at it? I speak Anglo.
Again, it's like trying to listen to someone speaking complete glossolalia.
So it's
Sure.
not Aklo, it's Anglo.
It's a similar runic script, but it is different. It is separate. It's as if it is a cipher. Aklo is famously a cipher of the language of the Outer Gods into a way that is pronounceable by humans, but still has a profound mental effect on people. This is closer to the original script of Aklo before the cipher was introduced. It's kind of an intermediary between the Aklo that humans can speak and the Aklo spoken by the Outer Gods.
Well, me being a knuckle of fucking what one did I speak?
You spoke something close to the human form. This is further out than Knuckle of E's language.
I'll take out a piece of paper and scribe it, like to try to transfer text with a piece of chalk
Okay.
paper. So I'll put that in my sheet. Later, if it needs erases. Is there like a lot of this text, or can I just pick up what seems the most interesting or valuable?
Each of these, what appear to be tombs, have a slab with a single line of runic script. They all differ, but they are all recognizable. Judging from they seem to be curses. Judging by the amount of magic that's fused into them and the practice of embossing them in lead. Lead is traditionally used to scribe curses in a lot of cultures.
Let's not fuck with that then.
You notice where you kind of scribed it in chalk? It's scorched black, as if it were charcoal.
But does the text stays on paper?
Yes. In fact, if you were to attempt to erase it, it would not.
And
Alright. Okay. So
I think we are.
I take it I can put people down, everybody down now, yeah?
That'll be entirely up to you.
Wait.
Yeah, how about I just carry everybody further down the hallway and away from this death rune?
Yeah, let's try
fucking-
not to activate the pressure plates or something similar.
Right, so I'm confused. So are we continuing through the maze? Because if we're continuing through the maze, if anyone touches the ground, it's going to change up the maze
Let's
structure.
try not to touch the ground.
Wait, but I mean, and are is the algae dead? Or the ferns? Are they?
The algae is dead.
Okay.
I am gonna. Alright, so fucking. I'm still gonna carry everybody that can't fly on their own, fucking along the on the extendable pole, and my other arm, because I basically get the pole over my shoulder, and everybody else is like just hanging on to it. I've got Ritualist in my other arm, and I'm holding them out like a metal detector, and just getting them to point us in the way of the point us in
I know the
of
way.
whatever we're looking for.
I know the way.
Ritualist is just going beep, beep.
Beep.
All right.
Oi,
As I
oi,
just
oi.
spookily
Oi,
vanish
oi,
down
oi, oi, oi.
the hall.
Like how all of us had that exact same thought.
So yeah, all right. So I'll just glide down the way, and I'll get Ritualist to follow it. Everybody, roll awareness for fucking other bullshit as we head further down. Pick perception. Fuck it.
Perceive.
Perception.
Oh no.
Fuck, I've had perception.
Oy vey!
Two.
Two ones. Y'all motherfuckers forgot about the table.
No, the table doesn't
What? I
work for
thought this-
perception. Perception is just.
I know. I know.
Don't
I
fuck
know.
with us, Bill. We
I
can't
know. I'm
forget
doing this.
the table.
I'm doing this purely to put some wind up you, just so you get up on your toes.
Excuse me, 1 + 1 is 2, therefore no table. See? That's how
Alright,
it works.
whatever. We move further towards the source of Ritualist's like dew boner. Hello?
Okay, I'm here.
That brings you
Follow
to
the
the
nose.
next area. You recall this place from one of your visions, Volia.
Okay.
The flooded
So-
corridors culminate in a set of stairs flanking a paired set of waterfalls, weeping streams of oddly phosphorescent clear water that pours down into the mire below.
What do I roll again for a memory check to try and remember how this was connected?
Just be a simple wisdom check.
Well, that's all I got.
Okay. There's a door to the right. You remember it though. That's not the door. There's another door in this room, but it's not visible. You are up the stairs. There's an altar. It is sunk into an old plinth. The water flows around the altar and the dioceses, and flows down here. It's changed somewhat since your vision. There's a low hum in the air, when previously it had been peaceful. The hum seems to be originating from the altar. Ritualist, your sense for valuable items is pinging from the altar. Further, there is something nearby that you can't place. But it seems
Do
to
I
come from below.
recognize maybe the outline of the altar from some religion?
Everybody look at the floor before I put yous down.
Ooh.
Okay. Ritualist, you recognize the altar, but not in a religious context. You remember when the team came back from Mendev, they brought with them a very ornate construction bay. This workbench that could put together pretty much anything, given the right technology. This bears a striking resemblance to that workbench, packed down to its compact form. But someone has gone over it in plaster in an attempt to hide it, make it look older than it is.
Does it look like cursed or trapped or anything?
You can check for traps if you wish.
I'm Can I use bardic knowledge to see if I recognize anything about the humming noise?
Well, I'll check like more for magical traps. Does anybody else can do the mechanical traps?
I can check the mechanical traps. That seems like a. What would that be? Perception.
Aiden, you notice what the hum is? It's not actually coming from the altar. It's coming from you, because something is on the same electrical output as you in this room.
Ah.
A ritualist, you do find that there is a trap. Inside of the altar, under the layer of plaster, is you can feel something like dust, and it's warm to the touch through the plaster.
Do I know of the way to disable it or what it is?
You can, if you roll me an alchemy check, you can identify it. Alternately, I'll allow other associated knowledge
Doc,
checks.
would you lend me a hand for alchemy check? If you can assist me, I can just have like use magical device. If that is okay.
I don't think that's gonna help you too much.
Oh no, you know exactly what that is. Duck,
And
you're familiar with something. Duck, you're familiar with something called Blightburn, which is a hideously radioactive element. Someone has packed the interior of this plaster casing with Blightburn in an attempt to discourage people from breaking into it.
Well,
There's only about an
I would be
ounce.
disturbed by the light, yes.
There is an ounce of the radioactive material here. If you were to breach this plaster casing without removing it using something like, you could even use something as simple as prestidigitation to clean it away. If you were to breach it otherwise, it would flood the room with radiation, and every single person would be in a 60-foot radius would be exposed to Blightburn poisoning, which is a disease which causes constitution and charisma drain.
So
Does
if
anybody has like a piece of lead or anything similar in the inventory?
so basically, if I pierce this plastic thing, radiation for everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't fucking do it.
To be honest, to be honest, if we run up against some enemies or some shit, one of us could
Shit.
probably like lob it at them and then shoot it. I think I'll actually take it with me. Because that
You'll need.
honestly.
I will
sounds
say
like-
that it appears to be in a simple glass vial on the inside. You'll have to try and find some way to get it into a lead covering in order to safely move it.
Yee.
I don't
Hey,
think
Mug.
anybody of us have a lead
Mate,
in the
I'm
inventory.
not made of lead.
What are you made from, demon?
Not lead.
Oh, that's true.
Wait. No, I'm relatively certain I'm not made of lead.
I'm gonna roll for alchemy on demon.
You don't, Mud, you don't need both butt checks, you know.
Yeah.
Mark III is made from a variety of materials, but some are as dense as lead.
Nice. I'm right.
But you would have to place it quite deeply into his circuitry.
Ravi didn't.
Could you make like a little robot and that just carries it or some shit?
Actually, would that work?
But
Yes, but
where
don't
we
most of
all-
your robots explode?
Yeah, that is true.
That could be useful. You could run it up to them.
If you disperse Blightburn, an ounce of Blightburn into the atmosphere, it would probably kill the whole party.
But what if it
Gonna
was
throw that
really
out
far
there.
away?
It's a
Let's like
it's
stand
a
far
dirty
away.
bomb. It's a fucking dirty
risk.
bomb.
That's a risk I'm willing to take.
If it's
a
good for
couple of
Fallout
miles away from the
76, it's good enough for me.
Do your drones even have that kind of range?
What? What in terms of running or what?
In terms of operational range, yeah.
I will have to double check that. I know they still
Because I know,
can.
like, after 200 feet, the Eidolons in the party just bamf out of existence.
The thing is, they have an infinite range of functionality, but they can't gain new orders if they're outside of a certain range. So if I just told them to run at something and explode, it would run at something and explode. Or if I told it to just defend something, it would defend that infinitely until I gave it a new order.
Oh, what's that one fucking town?
Pripyat. Is that the one you're
No.
thinking of?
I'm thinking of that one in the fucking New Vegas, which the Legion yeeted on with a dirty bomb.
Oh, the one that is just full of ghouls.
Yeah, we'll just do that to them. Just fucking.
Do I have like any piece of my magic color that's like, is my armor shielding me from this?
Your armor, yeah.
Oh, Ritualist! We can hide it inside your armor.
Yeah, I'm inside my armor. Oh wait, Bill, I remembered. I have
Cam searchlight.
you know when we killed that horseman when he came back with the horse armor that was unfoldable, that's similar to mine.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to fit it inside that? You know, one is workable, other is mangled. Basically, you're just going to twist it like in a holding the holding thing.
You
It's made from
you have some
adamantium.
tools. If you have the tools to work adamantium, be my guest. But you'll have to roll for it. Because adamantium is not easy to work with.
This thing is supposed to be like unfoldable, so we can just like unfold it into a little spear.
Not easy to work with. It should be called adamantium. Dab.
Oof.
So, Mud, you're the mechanic here. Can you like bang this thing into a holding sphere or something?
What shape is it? Sorry.
It's like an amulet that can unfold all the way up, so I can see we can just like unfold a little to be a sphere to hold things.
Fuck it, why not? What would I need to do that?
That would be a use magical devices roll.
Oh, thank
I
fuck.
also have used magical device, so I can assist Mud.
Use magical
It'll be
device.
use magical devices aided by engineering.
So if I did knowledge engineering, oh wait, I guess that wouldn't.
Okay, Mud, let's roll. Here is use magical device.
Use magical device. Whereabouts are you? There we go.
I actually can help too with I have burst out performance, which goes into use magical device.
Nice.
Nice.
Roll away, Aiden.
This is a
Okay.
scene from Samurai Jack when they forged the sword, you know, in heavens, like three monks banging metal.
Ritualist and Edwin and Mark III are finagling with the amulet, attempting to get to exude a sphere of adamantium around the metal. At which point, Valier just walks up and presses a button on the side of it, and reveals that the amulet is in fact a locket that could fit the material inside.
Why did you get adamantium?
You know when we killed that chariot rider, you know, with the carriage the first time?
Yeah.
His horses had these amulets that could unfold into armor.
So
And the armor was adamantium.
Yep.
in theory, we could just like press the button and just yeet it like a grenade.
Ooga, ooga, ooga. Grug makes the sphere. Grug makes.
Admittedly, I could
So,
just have one of my robots hold it and then just walk up and open it, but admittedly it does explode, so it's probably not a great idea.
I mean, to be honest, I think I should probably hold it at the moment because I can just get my stand to yeet it.
Sure, I'll just chuck it at that.
Yeah.
Catch.
Can't we just use it to magically, you know, like because he's like Herald now. I assume he's immune to this bullshit.
You remember at part 4 when fucking like Kira fucking turned round and yeeted out Killer Queen, and fucking there was a hole. He opened a hole in his fucking stomach cavity, and then a fucking dirty bomb went off. Remember that in part 4? That was my favourite part, and everybody get fucking deaf.
Well, Doc, I guess it's up to you. Are you going to place the dirty bomb into our sphere?
Yeah, fuck it, stick it in the amulet or whatever, and then let's take what's good.
Yeet, I'll fucking grab that shit, son.
I'm going to stain the Wade effect back.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm not, because I tried to avoid the pressure plates.
I'll float way the fuck back.
Okay, so just making sure, because we need to make sure who has this thing. I have this thing, yeah?
Yes.
Just in case one of us gets hit and they didn't fucking realize they had the fucking...
Put it in your
bomb.
portable hole.
Don't worry, I'll keep it safe.
Yeah, just put it in your portable hole. You don't want that thing getting hit and then fucking death.
Yeet.
Yeah, you want to hit it with that.
Alright. So...
Okay. This will be a sleight of hand check.
Don't fuck it up.
Oh,
Because you're attempting to get the material into the amulet without exposing the party. It's very
Can I
tricky.
use my psychic powers to help direct the thing?
I have sleight of hand.
Yeah,
I've quite a good sleight of hand, actually.
I have also the mage's hand, but you know, the Jew kind. Can I also use that to assist?
Yes, as Blightburn cost 5,000 gold pieces a dose.
Yeet,
Uh,
sleight
I'm
of
going to gently make it not get out of the glass.
Do I have a good sleight of hand? Ah, it's just 8.
But I think the duck has a pretty good roll.
Hmm.
That's without any party bonuses as well.
Okay. There's definitely a click of the amulet closing, but you're not sure if it was successful on the inside. Then, slowly but surely, the casing cracks and opens, and you see the amulet has got something inside it. The reason the casing cracked is because the tiny, limbs that are wrapped around the machine itself have unfolded and are now primed. A little magical display pops up, and you can see a fairly bizarre-looking interface that seems to be covered in some kind of alien language.
Do I sense radiation levels overtaking me?
No, your armor doesn't show any radiation levels. Apart from a mild, slightly higher than background and radiation level from the amulet.
Can I do a linguistics check on all of the weird alien words on it?
You may.
Ah, fuck.
It's tricky. It's kind of booping through all the different the settings. There's a bunch of weird menus you don't understand.
Fucking Linux.
And then there's a display of several images. You would suspect that it might be some kind of history of previous items made with the device.
Would a technology check be helpful to working out?
Yes.
Right. Engineering, would that be
Yes.
sweet? Because that's a role that I'm not bad at. Nice.
Okay. This is the history of what the device has been used to make since it was last since it was last maintained. These are all fairly recent creations. And you notice that some of them are stored. It appears that there is an extra-dimensional storage capacity on the device itself. What has been made by the device lately has been a number of small amulets, a few what appears to be fairly crudely engineered swords, a handful of knives, and a suit of armor. Though the information about the armor is very jumbled. Further, there is a statue that is in storage.
Sorry, held within this, or is it just memory?
Yes, there is a statuette. It's in storage within the device.
Do we know what it is? Is it familiar?
It is labeled Statue of Na.
Ring a bell? No. I'm going to assume it's a solid no.
Wait, check out the art in the private.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I noticed it.
Fucking metal detector.
Experience electricity.
Wait.
Does anyone know any nah?
Why do I... Is it just me, or is the way I've decided to dress my character make it look like some Mexican Harry Potter shit?
I thought you
It's
were going
just-
Or a
to...
wizard
Quick
essay.
So what exactly are we doing?
Does anyone know? Did
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
anyone know anything about Nah? Who the fuck is Nah?
The goal of this Quidditch game is to make sure the snitch doesn't get past the gate.
I know there was a bomb.
Why do the snatchers in this game carry drills? It's the strangest thing. Cordless power drills.
Bill, is there anything else around besides the altar?
Roll me an awareness check.
What check?
Roll me a perception check, please. By the way, is anyone going to try and take any of the items out of storage? Okay, Ritualist, you notice that there is something behind the waterfall.
Is that something valuable?
There's a door.
I just saw the image.
That's not valuable. I tell that to Naka, and I and I start taking things from the storage and into the black hole.
Okay. Most of the things in the storage are a number of very crudely made knives. It's as if someone was trying to get to their bearings with the device. And the last one is this beautifully sculpted large statue of this faint silver, made of this bizarre silvery metal.
Anybody know what it is?
The sculpture depicts a female figure. You suspect some kind of angel or Valkyrie who is carrying what appears to be a long sword. What's bizarre about her is, in addition to having a number of wings, she also has markings on her body as if she had multiple sets of arms.
Bill, knowledge religion. Does this look
ahead.
very familiar to me?
It does look familiar to you.
Is this your mum?
Is this the deity that has led me here? Does it look?
It closely resembles her. It seems to be a kind of crude, primitive attempt to depict her like it was a. It seems very old.
Do we sense anything like on it, inside of it, around it, inscribed on it?
More of the runes that you saw along the corridors.
They look the same on her.
Also, you notice that there are a number, specifically the runes on this statue look similar to runes you've seen on the door behind the waterfall.
Try to think of something good. Have I heard tales maybe of this? Or like, you know, like statues being used as keys? Or magical words opening.
You know that there are wards that only open in the presence of some small figure or statuette. This is a fairly large one. It is about half. It's a little bit smaller than a short person. It's like a little bit. You'd wager, given your visions, you'd wager it's like a 1/2 scale. It's only about the size of a dwarf.
Can I find like the rune that is on the wall, that is on the statue? Sorry, on the door, on the statue, like the same rune?
It's the same arrangement of runes in a spiral, placed on both the chest of the figure and on the door.
Okay, I was fucking around with other runes, but with this I'll really try to translate this. What should I roll? Arcana or...
Arcana.
Come on, help me, Necronomicon, you're my only hope. No!
You don't know. This is beyond you, which is bizarre. You've never seen this kind of language before.
Anybody else? I beg for help.
Yeah,
I beg.
guess bardic knowledge, yeah.
Would Arcana do, yeah?
Arcana, bardic knowledge. Most of you are drawing a blank. Valia, you've seen runic script similar to this? And those of you who speak Aklo know it is a similar script. It's like a midpoint between the two. But it's such bizarre use. There's elements of both, but at the same time it's very far beyond it. It's like this is the common ancestor between Aklo runic script, like magical runic script, and some alien language.
I try to trace my finger on it. Is like any opening, anything happening as it traces? Do I feel?
You notice as you trace your finger over the spiral of runes, the spiral seems to go on forever. Like when you're tracing it down, you never get to an end. And eventually, when you look at it, it seems to tunnel. It just tunnels your vision directly on it, and seems to pull you in slightly.
I pull my finger away. Do I regain my vision normally?
Yes. But you notice that there's a very dim glow from behind the waterfall.
Guys, does anybody want to help me to drag the statue all the way to the waterfall?
Yeah, I'll give you a fucking hunt. What do you want it?
Let's
How heavy is
place
this
it.
thing built?
What was that, Nuka?
How heavy is this thing?
It's fairly heavy.
So
One of you
attached to the
could-
ground or pick it up?
You can
Like,
pick it up.
Alright, well I'll pick it up. Where do you want it?
let's go behind the waterfall. Let's try not to slip on the slippery part. Is really like anything like trapdoor or shit like that?
I'll just carry it and float and levitate towards the thing.
Yeah, but I have to walk.
Okay, this statue is dry to the touch. It's a very bizarre feeling.
Is it covered in water?
No, it's completely dry. You notice that around it, there's this lack of humidity. There's no humidity whatsoever.
Well, that's very shit.
There's a
So
joke
he
here about
places it-
Ritualist not being constantly dry.
Oof.
Alright, cool. I take it over where Ritualist wants it.
Yeah, I want
Okay.
it next to the waterfall. Like, I think it's like here.
Okay. You notice there isn't a gap behind the waterfall before it reaches the door.
Does the waterfall like split open to let the statue pass?
No. The waterfall's always been this twin lines. One side leads to a completely blank wall. The other has this indentation, and then it's got this very ornate-looking door. I can give you the specifics. What it is this? It's taller than average door of blue-black metal, encrusted with barnacles and with occasional layers of this petrified kelp. As the normally previously it had been fairly still, like everything on it is dead. As the statue got closer, you noticed that the barnacles kind of fluttered to life.
Do they look threatening? The barnacles.
No, they're just simple barnacles. They're barnacles. It's kind of hard to take. It's kind of hard to be threatened by barnacles.
Hey, there was the guy made of barnacles that made a Sonic song that made us all want to die. I'm not taking any fucking chances.
Hey, I make you all want to die every time I DM. That's no easy. It's no difficult feat.
No metagaming though.
Just say.
Do I know metal on the door? I rolled up raise.
You may roll praise.
Yes, I roll it. 36. You can see it in the.
Okay. The blued metal is an alloy. It is made of various star metals. Specifically, it's a mix of regular iron, adamantine, and very small amounts of aurichalcum. Aurichalcum is a metal that dilates time around it. Adamantine is a metal that's incredibly dense and tough.
Is there like
Wait,
is there
fucking...
like a keyhole on this thing? We see it.
There is no-
Orichalcum's like another one of the fucking super metals along with like adamantine or
They are
whatever.
sky metals, yes.
Ooh.
There is no keyhole, but there is an indentation in the floor that roughly correlates to the base of the statue.
Okay.
How big is the door?
The door is fairly sizable.
How thick
It
is the
runs.
door?
The door, you can't tell how thick it is. It's put into the wall in such a way that it is flush with the wall.
I'm taking it with us.
You're taking the door with us.
I
It
want,
doesn't have a door handle. Also,
I'm gonna.
it looks more-
katana.
Let's try to put the statue into the slot in front of it.
okay. Going to try and carry. Okay. As you try to carry it. Okay, go ahead.
I have many labor. I don't carry it. The knockers.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll put it where Ritualist tells me to put it.
Okay. As you carry it through the water, as the statue explodes,
Oof.
I was floating above the water.
you have to carry. No, as soon as it touches the waterfall, which it has to go through to go into the slot, there's a slight fizzing noise, and then it explodes into flames.
Well,
Fuck. Roll that to avoid.
Explains
So
why it was
roll
dry.
reflex.
Yeah, I was about to say reflexer. How big was the explosion? Why did I do anything?
Well, you and me are close by, so let's see.
Yeah.
21.
4.
Okay, I'll roll this damage in secret. Since I'm handling the health.
My life is a constant.
I don't like that sound.
Uh-oh.
That's the sound of your bones after the explosion.
That sound of a jar being emptied.
Oh fuck.
Okay. Nuka,
Yeet.
as your eyes regrow, you're feeling a lot worse for wear. On the plus side, your arms are growing back. Unfortunately, your breastplate has seen better days. It is
My
dented in.
My fancy super one.
Yes.
Oh.
Your Ashoka is embedded in the ceiling currently.
How can it be embedded in the ceiling? It was attached to my waist.
The angle's very, very strange. Well, basically what happened is that the sword was ripped from your waist, it hit the floor, sheathed first, and then the sheath ejected it into the ceiling, hilt first.
I really need to upgrade that fucking combat sheet.
Well, can I use Armor of Gold to as a free action to reduce damage rate by 4?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Can you get a surgical kit out and fucking fix me, please?
I want to fucking know how bad I am hurt before I'm
Priorities.
able to do anything.
Your armor absorbed a good chunk of the blast, but you are quite bad. Edwin is quite badly concussed, and your armor has been dented in as well.
At the chest or somewhere else?
It's a lot of damage. Like it's mainly dents around the joints of the arms, and of course
Does
the
it,
plates
like
of the arms
limit
as
my
well.
movement or hurt me or anything?
A little bit. It's a little bit more limiting the movement. The
guess
shield has had its entire front scorched. It's currently impossible to tell what the front of the shield used to be.
It used to be Uncle Joe's shell.
Well, I take my breastplate off and punch it for the inside, just to fucking so that it doesn't like dig into my chest.
I fucking
and try to regenerate.
I think I have like last 4 gold coins. Actually, no, fuck it. I am saying that I am going to use the surgeon kit on me and Naka with the heal, so to try to fix us
Mhm.
as much as I can.
Mud, do you get any blood?
Yeah.
29.
Can I have some? Please?
Okay. Ritualist. As you reach for the medical kit, it becomes apparent that your finger is broken.
Ow.
It's pointing. Let's put it this way: your finger in the gauntlet. As you lay your hand flat on a surface, your finger is pointing at you.
That seems pretty
finger.
broke, fam.
I ate a gold coin to try to heal it. You know, like
It snaps back into play. It flips around 108 degrees back into place.
I was gonna say, I went and pull it
Can
back.
I resume the heal now?
Yes, you may.
He didn't even ingest the gold.
I think sorry, but I think like the 1d8 is for 1 gold coin. 1d9. That's
Don't worry, I'm rolling.
Okay,
Roll that.
you roll it.
Okay, I'll roll
And
mine.
and roll for the heal check. That's how we got.
Yeah. Can I get some of that blood, please, Mud?
Yeah, give me a second. Wait,
Thank
I
you.
want to know that everything's safe where we are, but or where Nucker is, because I don't fancy actually getting injured myself.
Can't you just hold one up and I'll make it levitate over to me?
There
No,
is
I-
currently a burning plinth at the bottom. It just floating in the water. Everything else has just been blasted.
So what is it still?
Just
Wait,
these bizarre red-blue flames.
it's still
Where the
burning.
fuck is the waterfall?
The waterfall's still
by the way,
there.
what kind of damage was it?
That was a mix of force and flame. I already figured in your resistances.
Shit.
Alright, well, I pick up my sheath, and I
Is
float up
is the door still
sword
there? I
out
don't know,
of it.
like locked.
The door is still there. The base of the statue is intact.
Which is the thing that we need
Is
to
it
slot in.
is it touching the pressure plate?
Not yet.
Yeah. Is there
So
like
it's-
anything left of the upper part of the statue? Like any important chunk? Or is it just all dust?
It appears to be all dust.
I'm just gonna go float over to mud and fucking drink a blood vial. There you go. Yeah, my shit back. How am I feeling? Oh,
Not brilliant, but you've definitely felt worse over the years. You've
Yeah.
died several
How-
times.
How am I feeling?
Rougher than your average day, most certainly. You reckon you broke, even with your work, you managed to splint a few ribs. You splinted what you can. You can feel a few ribs off floating now. They've been
Actually, are the rest
snapped.
of us all pretty much okay?
Most of you were behind cover. The actual ravine where the waterfalls are forms a kind of a enclosure where the blast is focused.
Is the base of the statue in the water, basically now?
Yeah, there's the base of the statue is
Yeah.
resting next to the pressure plate, but not quite there.
sorry, is
Okay.
the door still there?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
it is
come on.
completely unmarked.
Fucking.
Come on, Naka, let's push it to the end. Let's fucking do this.
Yeah, whatever. Again, I go up and I take a drink of the blood thing. Don't you roll anything for drinking the blood vial?
Oh yeah, I already have dice here.
Okay.
I took the liberty of rolling beforehand.
And I got my sheath and my sword back without any incidents.
Well, you can fly, so
Alright. That was gay. Alright, so did that do anything productive?
you now have the base plate.
Well,
About that.
let's put it on the base on the plate. Does anything happen now?
I am not fucking touching the fucking plate and I ain't putting it near that water. I don't want it to blow up again.
Oh, it's
How-
currently resting underneath the water, completely fine.
It's in the water.
How heavy is it?
The
No, we
plate,
got the statue.
it's a lead plate.
It wouldn't be heavy at all. I mean, fuck's sake, I was just carrying the whole statue.
Yeah, you have a strength of 27. You could lift the whole party. This thing's still heavy.
I did.
So,
So you
so
look-
what kind of strength are we talking like to lift it then?
It is a 3-inch thick lead plate. It weighs about 100 pounds. That's unusual lead, in fact.
Hmm.
Come on, Naka, don't be gay. I'll kill you again. Help me
Oh,
push this.
Oh, well, the explosions already happened.
Alright, I
Yeah,
pick
it
up the
already
lead
hit.
plate and I take it where Ritualist fucking wants it to go, but fucking Ritualist, I swear to God.
If it
I-
explodes again,
I will fucking drink you.
if it explodes again, you can drink me.
That was a bit.
Bill, does it click without much trouble?
It just sinks in.
I look at the door.
The spiral of runes glows a dim blue.
Do I recognize any of the runes? Or am I still?
Okay. If you run your fingers across the surface of the metal, you notice it's odd. The metal it flutters slightly. It's like dry leaves in texture. There's a thin layer of the metal like shearing away from the surface, in a layer thinner than gossamer, in the shape of feathers. Perhaps scales.
Lizard skills.
Similar. But as you're running your hand across it, your fingertip catches on a barnacle. And it's just a minor little, it's like a shaving cut almost, but as the blood touches the metal, the door hums, and the runes that had appeared in that spiral, with the hum of the door is punctuated by these loud creaks and cracking noises, as the runes, instead of just being a simple blue light, are dented into the metal. And again, each rune is infinitesimally smaller, and then it begins to, again, draw your vision inward. Your sight begins to tunnel inward, and the spiral of twisted iron pulls you deeper and deeper, deeper. And then with a sudden release of this feeling of being smothered, like you're out there in this, just in deeper parts of the ocean, and there's a sudden release of tension. It's kind of like a spring uncoiling. And you find yourself on the far side of the door.
Is anybody still behind me? Yeah, can I like sense Naka telepathically?
It's difficult to tell. You can sense that his belongings are nearby, but the door is dense enough that it will block the majority of your powers.
Roll perception on the hallway.
So wait, did you just let phase through the door?
Yeah. Did you saw me do that? Because
That's a
I'm
good point.
literally right in front of you.
Guess so. If I was sitting there right in front of you. Is that what it looked like to me, Bill?
To you, it looked like he placed his hand upon the spiral of runes, and the texture of the door had rushed up his arm over his body, and instead of stepping through or being suddenly transported, it's as if the metal had drawn his entire his mass, feet, like from the extremities inwards into the substance of the door and through.
Mm.
It's very unsettling to watch.
You know, I was just thinking, I can't take this door with me because we're in the dream dimension, can I? Can we take
Oh,
it? We can't
right.
take anything for the dream dimension, can we?
Well, we packed some books I found in the house, but that's about it.
We'll see when we get out. That's the question.
If we still have the dirty bomb.
Alright, so I guess fucking we try to go through the door as well, because we don't want to
So-
split the party.
Wait, why the fuck is someone dreaming of dirty bombs?
maybe
Fucking
they're
hell,
Irish.
It hangs about with us
Yeet.
all the time. Of course, dirty bombs are going to come up for you, Irish boy.
Hmm.
You know
By the
that
way, when you look at
one
the,
of them dirty bombs.
if you look at the name of the statue, by the way, you're gonna figure out what it was real quick.
What's the name of the statue?
Nah. Statue of Nah.
Wait one second.
Whilst you
Isn't that
do
the
that, I'm gonna
statue?
quick turn the light on.
Isn't
Is
the
it like
Sorry, can I just clarify?
atrium sodium?
That statue, isn't that the same statue that we had in the locket?
Oh,
I think he said he was turning on a light or something.
Okay, I'm back.
Sorry, can I just clarify? That statue they were talking about. I
Is
wasn't...
it sodium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
that's
is.
Right, but
It's
wasn't
made of
this...
the entire statue is made of sodium. That's why when it hit water, it exploded.
So that statue,
It should be.
just to clarify, that
Uh-huh.
statue was also the one that we had in the locket, right?
No, that was the vial of Blightburn that was in the locket.
Bill just wants to kill us with the periodic table.
So where was what was the statue that we had in it, or have I just misremembered that?
You
Yeah, don't be
misremembered.
salty about it.
The statue that just exploded?
I deserve that pun.
Wait, now that we're in this like way, does Ritualist notice anything with his dew-tingled senses?
Well, all the lighting in here is from ever-burning torches.
So, Bill, what do I see in this corridor while I hope that the rest of them will catch up soon? This was perception roll.
Okay. As you look at the corridor, it's just a straight-run corridor of each brick is made of alchemical cement. How much is obvious. It's all very carefully placed, and you notice that the lights aren't just torches. They are glass cases in which glowing swords have been placed.
Have I ever seen something like this?
It's a funeral practice to occasionally do something similar to this, but only by placing usually a sword is placed on a body committed to cremation or burial. And in the case of the very rich, a glowing sword might be used in order to light the way through the afterlife or similar. Further, there are certain faiths that, for instance, specifically like a lot of militaristic religions, tend to have, similar to this, lighting in the form of magically enchanted weaponry. Specifically, like Easegard, for instance, is said to have a roof thatched with shields and a interior lit by the burning of swords.
This does not look anything like that. Is it like anything inscribed?
The swords are not even terribly well made. They seem warped and out of place. In many cases, most of them are just little more than a blade with a kind of rough wrapping around the hand where the handle would be. They've been hastily crammed into these cases and left to light this corridor.
Right back.
So does people on the other side want to try something else, or should I wait a little?
I guess I'll try to come through then too. So just repeat the same stuff, I guess. I mean, I didn't really see it, so.
Valia has a better grasp of runic languages than most, so figuring the usual, like tracing of the finger around the spiral of runes, is fairly simple. In fact, you are much smoother eyed than most of the others. You don't have that feeling of depth.
Okay, I did bardic knowledge.
This is a very old form of geometer magic. Geometers traditionally used like geometric shapes and sigils in order to form spells. This is a spell bound to a very valuable material using very, very old but not primitive runes. You suspect you may have stumbled across something of a forgotten form of runic script. It should be noted that Lysia's history is not well documented, and a lot of scholars spend a lot of time trying to decrypt some of the old texts. In the right hands, it could be quite valuable. And the image is fairly fresh in your memory. Further, going into this room, what corridor as the case may be, again, you notice what Ritualist did, the cement bricks, the ornate lighting. You know that your afterlife of choice happens to practice a similar form of lighting. That a roof thatched with shields, a rafters of spears, and rooms lit with glowing swords. This appears to be someone's pastiche of what your religion's afterlife might be. But it appears to be very crude, as if the person either doesn't really pay that much mind to it, or is, if not in a rush, then certainly not all there. Mentally speaking.
Is Aiden on the same side as me?
Yes. Richard, as you're looking around, there's kind of a sort of crackle, and you're no longer alone in the corridor.
Oh. Where am I then?
No, it's you and Valia are both in the corridor currently.
Ah, I'm not alone in the corridor. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody else want to join in?
On the other side of the door, most of the party's probably looking quite bewildered. Aiden simply vanished into the door quite quickly, as if she was using her own lightning breath ability.
Are we still able to communicate telepathically though? I mean, Naka's not here though, I guess.
Telepathic communication is a lot more difficult. The door seems to be blocking it.
Maybe if Aiden and me both try to focus on this like loudly, we just like come here, bitches, something like recognizable. It's us. This way, you Scottish cunt. I know Naka is not here, but I assume like this way Irish cunt, this way robot.
You know, you should just knock on the door, a little tune. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Is there any way that sound passes through the door?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I can do then the auditory hallucination spell, I guess, to try and tell everybody, just like fucking to do the same thing of tracing the runes, I guess.
Okay. The indentations on the metal are actually more prominent on this side. So it is a very simple matter to trace the runes. You notice that as you trace them, they are changing. As this is the mirrored version of the runes on the other side. This is the uppercase. As you finish tracing the runes, they seem to spiral in upon themselves and form an eye.
Oh shit. Is eye? Do I know what this eye is?
Well, the eye isn't really an eye, it's an eye socket. And it's similar to some runic symbols of knowledge or memory.
Do I know how to manipulate it?
So this is a well-known kind of as far as this kind of Lycian magic goes. This charm exists outside of the circles of skulls. It's a fairly widely used one, and it's considered taboo to manipulate it. Whether you want to follow that practice is up to you. But you know that in your attempts in the past, the locals have been very antsy. And Vilman in particular has told you not to warp it too much, because it's one of those symbols that has a lot of power in it.
Well, basically, I just wanted to have a duck and mud and Naka come to this fucking site. Did they heard Aiden singing?
Yeet. Fucking. Let's go through. How do we go through? How do we go through?
Well, the way we did was by tracing the runes on the other side. So,
I hand.
hard to do that shit.
Alright, well, I just do what they tell me to do.
Just to be on the safe side, drag your dick over the barnacles,
Okay.
I'll guess I'll yeet in with them.
For you three, it's a rather more uncomfortable experience, especially for you, Naka. That feeling of depth is replaced by a feeling of just burning, like your entire the entire fiber of your being is being pulverized and crushed and swept away by this ancient, pervasive sense of depth.
Why does everything just hurt me?
As you're moving through, you notice that it doesn't hurt as much. But there's a familiar sensation, like you're not in your own body. And then suddenly you're in the corridor with the rest of them.
Am I a ghost?
No, you're perfectly physical.
Think fuck everybody's here. Well, unless somebody else notices something in the corridor, I suggest we trot the fuck on. Bill, does my magical sense still sense that we are approaching this this valley down the corridor?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Let's try our luck downstairs.
Real quick, do any of us notice that there's something weird about Naka? I do like a perception check.
You may if you wish. You notice that his eyes are bizarre, as are his teeth. And in places his skin is this patchy, blackened colour.
So what kind
No,
of
he
shit?
does not have Riva Ligro, the opposite of what Michael Jackson has. I'm going to nip that one in the bud right now.
He's becoming black.
I feel it.
Uncle
Feel the
Uncle
melon.
Naka, no relation.
Don't shoot, this man isn't black.
You can use the N-word.
Fuck's sake.
You can do rap. Oh man.
Oh, swiggity. Swiggity did a bit.
Is that
The
another
transformation
form
is-
of
We're just gonna scat.
This is the most degenerate it's ever been.
Okay. Is
No,
there any
no.
other kind of check we can do to work out what's going on?
You may wish.
Still getting employed.
Big on thought.
Like,
Be gone.
You may
Dot.
roll religion
Oh yeah, I'm not rolling that shit.
or bardic knowledge.
I can't roll that either.
Honestly, I've noticed that a lot of the shit I put in is like, this would make more sense as just a straight bardic knowledge only roll, because it's just weird bullshit trivia. That is the kind of shit you'd pick up as a bard, but...
But I don't
Okay.
know.
on a religion.
Yeah, so he's kind of looking at Knuckles like, I don't know. You should probably get that looked at. Ritualist, you notice that his skin is going like the fat between the skin and his muscle is depleting, and in places his skin is necrotizing.
How bad that is for him?
It's only slight currently.
Is it like the process of his diablerie or something like that?
Could very well be.
Oh god, bro.
As you're looking at it, you're just looking like that can't. Like, it could just be the Diablo kicking in, and then you notice something's crawling through his veins.
Can I like put a finger on it to try to see like squish it out like a zit?
Oh, it's a vein, man! How deep? How bad does your acne get that it's in your veins?
Drink less iron, bro. Basically, I just want to tap on his vein to see if I can like make it stop moving. Does it react, or is like if it's alive, will it run away, or is it how do you call it, just a clot?
No, it's definitely something alive. It's trying to escape from under your grip. You notice it's happening all over him. Like everywhere you can see, has got these squirming patches in his veins.
Somebody.
Naka, do I have your permission to make a little cut?
Yeah, just use your surgeon tool. Go for it.
Yeah,
Tell me
with
what
a surgeon tool.
You sound oddly calm for shit wriggling under them.
Man, fucking, I'm a crystal plushy nightmare fucking abomination and pot chicken or some shit. I don't know what's happening anymore. There's shit crawling through my veins. Big whoop.
The first gout of blackish liquid that isn't heroin splatters to the floor, and then is followed by these a long, rubbery, tube-like creature. As you wrench it free of its previous home, it keeps on being pulled out of his vein, and keeps going for quite some time. Once about 10.
Is it different colours? Is it like a magician's fucking shit?
Once 10 feet of the creature is elapsed, you pull out the other end of the worm, and after one attempt of its own to try and bite you or burrow into your skin, your heel finds its head and it splatters against the floor. These are creatures known as wrigglers. They are known to inhabit those who are particularly physically corrupted, and especially the undead.
How bad for the health will they be if they stick around?
If he was human, he'd be in agony. Fortunately, he's undead, so they don't really do very much.
And I'm up.
In extreme, they are
like tapeworm.
yes, it's like a tapeworm for the veins. Given that his gastric system is his vascular system, it means that his blood consumption will be mildly less efficient.
Well, why it's dead?
It's not the only one.
Oh.
Just get a fucking vacuum
Riddled with worms.
Okay, so I'll just patch him up.
So what happens when I turn into mist?
They go with you.
How long have they been there?
Let's put it this way, this is a manifestation of your corruption.
Look,
In essence, they're loot. Or their gear, rather.
Look,
Gear.
basically, any attempts to get rid of them right now would be in vain.
I'm gonna kill you first.
I don't get it.
Is Mud's corruption not high enough to get this sort of stuff?
Stop trying to pass it on to me. Fuck me,
I
man.
never passed it on to you. I'm just asking if it...
Well, he actually
No.
already has a high-level corruption effect.
You
You notice how Mud's
that?
eye glows?
Oh shit.
It turned off.
You don't actually have a lens there anymore. You have what's called lich eyes. It's just a burning flame where your eye used to be.
Dude,
You
that
haven't noticed because you already
I'll
had
take
glowing eyes.
I'll take that. That sounds a lot cooler than having a tapeworm called I don't fucking know what you call it.
Wrigglers.
Well, what you got to name it. You got to
No,
name.
no,
You got to give it a name.
your eye is fire, and I've got fucking AIDS worms. Good stuff.
Oh, well, like you got to give it a name.
Well, at least you're an incinerator now, Mod.
Okay, a slight therapy aside, is tapeworm dead?
The tapeworm is indeed dead. Didn't take very much.
I'll roll it into a string and keep it for a round.
Okay. Oh, that's unsettling. Anyway. Where were we? Okay, you notice the corridor only really has one direction. It terminates in a single door. It's a regular wooden door with a glass panel.
I'm just gonna reach into my arm, my wrist, and just kind of pull out one of those worms. A decent bit. Grab it with my hand and just swing it around for funsies.
It's like a single worm. I'm keeping it. I assume Bill that was like a single worm through his entire body.
But you take your middle and ring finger and place them into your palm and kind of flex your whole arm and just shoot them out of your wrist out like a fucking web slinger.
Spider-Man.
Fine.
Oh, we're okay.
Wait,
but we're
Tapeworm,
wait,
Tapeworm.
Wait, the hand of Nook? Can't I just open the hand of Nook and shoot out AIDS?
Yeah, it's like silly string. It just shoots like silly string.
So you've got like the shitty. You've got the kids' toy thing that the Spider-Man kids' toy thing.
It's like you want some nuts, they take it off. Snake springs out. I just go, tapeworm. Pocket worm. Fuck you.
Tapeworm. He shoots tapeworms whenever he can. From the wrist, in your face. Watch out, it's Tapeworm.
Look out. It's fucking contagious.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. Leave me out.
There's a lot of curse around this place. Bad things are going to start happening.
Most of it's emanating from you.
Alright,
Ironic, in a cursed house, we are the most cursed thing.
Well, you're not the most cursed thing, but
it's just my love is too strong and overpowering.
Okay, sorry, what was down the hallway again?
the corridor leads down to a single door made of wood, a regular office-type door with a glass panel. The glass is a frosted type of glass, and on it just says the intensive care ward.
Sounds nice.
Does anybody else recognize the lights in the hallway?
I do history check, I guess, since I supposedly know about this. The lights and stuff.
Maybe somebody from Earth. Have you seen this shit?
Oh, great.
I suppose. What would I roll for that?
I'll be right back.
Aiden, you have rolled 2 consecutive ones.
Yep.
You, goodness, and it's not even like your first. You've rolled multiple this evening. Don't worry, when shit actually goes down, the dice will probably be with you that one. But Richard, yeah, but short of religious practices of using weapons as illumination in certain afterlives, you can't think of any other reason to do this. It seems incredibly wasteful, unless this is literally just their way of using up some malfunctioning magical items. Or simply their way of making ever-burning torches.
Should we just head on, I suppose?
Let's go.
You simply walk up to the door. It's not locked. Indeed, there's no lock on it at all.
I guess we go in.
Okay. Pushing through the door. The room is draped in white cloth, speckled with yellow and dark red stains. The scent of stale disinfectant and rotted meat chokes the air, and the only light is the soft glow of glass-shrouded lamps hooked on yellowed walls. 2 beds lay across from one another, each a four-poster wrapped in the draped white cloth, more akin to a funereal shroud than a medical partition. On the eastern bed, you can see a light from within, a soft blue light that silhouettes upon the shrouds the crawling of buzzing carrion flies. On the western bed, the interior remains in darkness. The silence is broken only by the soft mewling of some small creature and the soft writhing of flesh.
Well, who wants to go in first, lads?
I've been fucked up enough lately. Who's got the best health after me?
Literally not me.
Mud, say one of your robots.
You know what? They're not just for use. Unlike, oh wait, what's? Oh fuck it. Actually, to be fair, I can't actually see what they see. So
The Roomba ISIS with legs. That's it.
yeah, the problem is,
First of all, oh, I was just saying, if I wasn't already, I'm gonna start doing the raging song just in case. So this looks suspicious as shit, lads. Fuck.
Wait, so how much dark vision does Monster Demon get for having lich eyes when he already could see in the dark?
He's up to 90 feet.
yeah.
Will, is Sunday over, by the way? In game.
Sunday is indeed over. It is Monday,
Oh.
my dudes.
I'll fire up my crossbow.
Well, time has
No.
kind of ceased to be a function at this point.
It's every day and neither day, all at once.
Exactly.
I'll fire up my
Dawn of the
crossbow.
final day.
Can I just sift to see if there's anything I can make out immediately?
You may.
Bill, do it, light up the place so we can see shit.
Okay, certainly. There's actually lamps kicking around if you want to use those. But which... Okay. Aiden, there are 2 people in this room, other than yourselves. Both are in a critical state of health.
That's good for us.
Neither are let's put it this way, neither are going to be fighting anytime soon.
Even better for us.
Further,
What do they look
there
like?
are a number of bizarre medical devices kicking around the room. There are trepanation saws, and drills. There are bone augers. There are bone saws, rib splitters, those kinds of things. And on the far wall is a rack of what appears to be like an entire wall of mirrors. Though you notice that all of them have been covered in cloth.
Who has the balls to look behind the cloth?
I mean, you want me to...
Mate, you have a really long pole. Just use the pole to
Yeah,
move
there you
the
go.
goat.
That's it. I will hold out. I stick my fucking extendo pole out really far and flip from behind the group and open the cloth.
Which bed?
Furthest away one.
They are equidistant. You have an east and a west.
West. Fucking.
Okay. As you push away the cloth of the western bed, iron is rendered apart and splintered like the jagged teeth of a shark. From within those metal leaves blooms a flower of flesh and bone. Coiling tendrils of muscle and organ tissue coil about the railings and equipment beside the bed.
Put the cloth back.
An army helm lay discarded beside the maw of meat and metal, and a
I'll put the
translucent
cloth
leathery
back.
sack sits at the center of the mass.
I put the cloth back. And then I say, no.
As you close the cloth, it looks pleadingly at you.
The cloth?
Not the cloth, the thing that you're closing the cloth on.
Don't know. Alright, well, from the distance, I telekinetically go, hello.
It attempts to mule out a few words, but can only lightly squeak.
Think 'em.
Its mind is completely shattered.
Naka, think simple words. Ask it. What do you want? Freedom? That liberation, death, shit like that.
What if what it wants is it's a dream, isn't it? I fucking how much of this is actual stuff, and how much of this is shit in Bill's mind?
The Dreamlands are a very bizarre place where tangibility is a very subjective thing. The Dreamlands are at once a completely fictional reality and a very real place.
Who's our
Like,
Who's our best shot?
So what do we need to do?
Let
Lot
me
humble.
do for this thing. Can I try to sense motive? I'll do the versatile performance on that.
Yes, you may. Whatever this thing is, it's been here for a very long time. Its body is completely broken. It used to be human. You can tell from a glance. There's the helmet that belonged to it. It matches the breastplate that it's wearing that's been split open. But its internal organs are splayed out like just a mass of tendrils. And at the center is this leathery, off-white sack of flesh that you could have sworn just moved slightly.
Does it appear hostile?
It does not appear hostile. Its one remaining eye peers up at you pleadingly. The other eye is swollen shut.
Shoot it. Whoever's best shot, shoot it in the head for a safe distance.
Well, let's maybe do one to assemble it together, collect all of these body parts and...
Nuka, could you roll me a memory check?
Point my fucking wisdom.
Does it look like anything? No, fuck it.
Oh, well. 17.
You recognize that helmet.
Where is it from? Oh. Oh.
Oh no.
So it's down here at a slight angle.
What's going on? Ah, shit.
Oh, nigga.
Oh no.
Oh, God. Man, he actually can. Oh, God.
Oh, fucking
In-
what?
Yeah, did you just
the
notice?
one visible eye
Right.
looks up at you, Nuka, and makes eye contact.
Give it a kick. Just give it an old.
One sec, is he bloating?
No.
Oh well, there's no cruel irony.
How did he? How even did?
I look at him, I look in the eye, and I say, "Do you want to rest forever? Blink once for yes, two for no."
Nuka, a word just whispers into your mind.
Is it? Does it begin with N and sound like bigger?
Okay, 2 words burn their way into your mind. 3,
Fucking edgy. Jesus Christ.
4 or 5. The egg.
Egg? Didn't we use the egg,
Egg?
for to
You
punch
can make it into
ghosts?
a bomb or something?
Yeah, didn't we use it to punch? Yeah, to punch ghosts. Didn't we
Nuka,
load it with
you
ghosts?
feel something about your neck.
Oh, the same shit. Fuck.
It's the cursed egg of Sonic Dragon bullshit. We just threw it. I don't know what did it explode, or did Weinstein pick it up? I think he picked it up and put it in his oven, and nothing happened from it since then.
What's happening with my
the-
neck?
the-
I go,
the-
guys,
the-
my neck. Check my neck. What's happening with my neck?
There is an amulet hung around your neck. Who's whisking eggs in the background?
Naka,
It's
of
not me.
course.
Sorry, my
It's
girlfriend.
not me. It's not me. I can hear it. Not me. I get stuck.
Okay, it's fixed. Okay. Okay. It appears that your favorite little parasite that's living in your chest has allowed you to hold the amulet again. The talisman.
Oh, the fucking Bahelit? Oh no. Wait. Oh god.
Would you like to check the other bed in the meantime?
Why am I wearing the +4 fucking Suedan? Am I gonna be wearing this for long? Fuck, what?
Does the other bed looks like it has enormous amount of protein on it?
No, not quite. I'm not so cruel as to strip away a man's ending for his character. Though I'm pretty close.
Punchy went back to fucking Skyrim.
He died on the way back to his home planet.
Yeah, Punchy died. Back to
Oh
his
god.
planet. But yeah, alright, so I take it that's +4 to my charisma then.
For the meantime, yes.
Oh, so, fuck. My charisma is now 37. Jesus Christ. So, fuck it, you know what? I'm just gonna walk up to AJ and I'm just gonna fucking slit his throat or whatever there, just to put him through.
The one eye rolls back, and the entire body stills.
Oh, damn it.
The white sack of flesh twitches, and a faint outline like a hand presses against it, leaving its imprint on the outside. It's quite a small hand. And does it again, it's larger. Then something tries to press out from within. Its face is contorted and half-formed. Its arm reaches out, trying to burst through the veil of flesh, and then the entire... just its talon-like hands attempt to cut through. The entire thing crumples into a heap and liquefies. All that's left is a malformed skull that rolls out onto the floor.
Shall we pick it up to give him a proper funeral?
Well, I don't think we can take his body when it's all fucked up and fused to the bed like that. But I pick up his helmet and I put it in the stomach hole.
Bill said that we have the skull around.
Oh, this is not. This is most certainly not Edgy's skull.
Ooh.
Something was growing within him.
Wait, where's Shoe on Head?
There is way too much flesh on the skull for it to be shown at.
What does the skull look like? Knowledge, people, do your knowledge while I take Edgy's helmet and I fucking put it away.
Nature.
He was a retard, but he was one of yours, goddammit.
Wow, I'm going real great.
Botchamania running wild. Don't
It's okay,
worry.
she didn't know.
When the melee kicks off and they're all fucking chain critting ones, you'll be glad that you got all your ones out of the way in the knowledge section. I've seen this happen time and time again.
If I roll 3 ones in a row, can I cut the universe in half?
No. You've already done it. The party's already done it once. I don't see how you want to do it again.
How many ones do I need to roll in a row to cut the universe in half with a miss swing? How do I
No.
divide by 0?
Okay. Whatever
No,
happened to him? This is the result of so many curses that his entire body has just become malformed and twisted apart. And one of the results is he was being used as a gateway to, and creatures from the far planes were coming into this world through him, gestating a physical body within his and bursting out. That's why he's so mangled. He appears to have been here for months.
Oh god, I actually feel very bad.
Dave.
Not that he gives a fuck.
You,
But...
you notice that you haven't seen him in a long, long time.
Yeah, I remember the
He
last
did-
episode he was in. It was in the crypt with the fucking noble guy that wanted to be a necromancer.
Exactly. Ever since then, you suspect he's been down here. There's a pad of notes that, once the flesh falls away to white ash, there are notes going back to that day and going forward. Once you get to the last couple of weeks, it becomes sporadic. It becomes more akin to experimentation notes.
Wait, he did it to himself? You do. That's you.
For the first couple of weeks, it appears to be the notes of someone caring for him and trying to ease his suffering as best they could. By the end, by the end of it, it is simply someone noting the reactions, like exposed to X chemical, Y result.
I'll
So-
take the book with me.
So, Mud and
Yep.
fucking Duck, thoughts on this whole thing?
I don't fuck thoughts.
Well, my idea is if
This
Edgy
in
managed to
in
get
the
here
Catholic
somehow,
Church.
maybe we can get
says
out the
no
same way
thoughts.
he got here.
This is why socialism doesn't. You know what I mean? It's just literally look what happens with socialized healthcare. Jesus.
Yep, there you go.
Fuck the NHS.
Fucking take that, Bernie.
The NHS has like fucking killed like 2 of my family members and almost killed my sister. Fuck the NHS.
I'm thinking if Edgy managed to get this way, maybe we can get out the same way if he came in.
So are you suggesting that we enter Edgy?
No, we try
Well-
to find is there like a next door? Or what is in the next bed?
Check,
Bill?
check the skull first. Come on, check the skull.
I think entering a dead body would be the thing he'd want us to do.
Probably. All right, you know what? Enough of this. Let's go on. Fucking, I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna let. Well, no, in fact, I'm not gonna go over. I'm just gonna whip out my power pole and I'm gonna just fucking move the cloth again.
The mass of flesh before you has the pallor and swelling of a drowned man. Its greyish flesh coiling around the ruptured remnants of an ibis mask. Its lapis robes reduced to pus-stained rags beneath the burgeoning tides of bloated flesh.
Oh fuck!
Brilliant.
It
Brilliant.
reaches out a hand towards you as the skin sags and ruptures under its own weight.
So AJ spent his last months in this horrible state, sitting across from a bloated corpse man. It's what he would have wanted.
It's literally what he wanted. He paid me to do this.
Oh god.
Specifically, he paid me to bloat Thoth.
Yeah, I was about to say.
There we
is
go.
it-
What he didn't know is someone had also paid me to give him a curse. A really horrific one.
For those of you listening at home, with the Patreon thing, you can make wishes that alter the game in a certain way. Edgy, who our armored skeptic clone here, fucking paid to curse the fuck out of Thoth to make him a bloated corpse man. Thoth put a shit ton of curses on Edgy that turned him into that fucking monstrosity, and here we are after so fucking long.
I've been sitting on this knowledge since that episode where Edgy last appeared.
I know.
In fact, I think this.
I know it's a long one.
It's been going. Like he's been down here. You could have run into him if you went down here.
Wait, we are down here. Yeah, are we back into the real world? Can I like sense it?
Let's put it this way: this room exists in the real world, but this
No.
is the dream world version.
I would kill Thoth, but I don't want to make pop. I don't really want to hear that. Do you? Doc, could you just leave a timed bomb for when we leave the room? Oh god, it's Thoth, but he sounds less autistic. Being bloated was good for you, Thoth. Jesus. Hello, Thoth. How are you?
Puberty finally struck.
I keep forgetting that he's in here.
Thoth, you're bloated. Fuck off.
Speak, Thoth.
Stop breaking character.
You're not yourself anymore. Fucking the campaign now owns your fucking right to yourself. Fuck you.
I'm still thinner than Harvey Weinstein.
That's not difficult.
That was fucking.
He proffers a finger towards the mirrors. Specifically, he points above the middle section. A mirror is missing.
Did he say don't?
Don't believe his lies.
You can't keep getting away.
He took the mirror from me.
I can't really use mirrors.
Was there a mirror near the body? Like Edgy's body? Guys, do you see a mirror
No.
over there? No.
There is a wall of mirrors, most of which have been covered. As you check under the shrouds, you notice that the mirrors are broken, and chunks have been taken from them.
How many mirrors are there?
There are 9 remaining. The 10th is missing. Further, on the desk in front of the mirrors, there are minute chunks of crystal.
Not like me crystal, is it?
It does look similar to the orb.
Do mirrors have anything specific about them, like their shape, size, decorations, color?
Most of the mirrors are like quite long, thin mirrors, kind of sort of full body length mirrors. The one that was taken is the smallest one. You can tell by the patch on the wall it's clean. It's a regular wall mirror, oval in shape.
I'm out of ideas. Was it Bill that was manipulating mirror or somebody else?
Fourth. Fourth, where did he go?
He went through the tunnels to the coast again. To the shore. To Monolith.
Do you want us to put you out your misery?
He took Loki's mirror.
I think you mean Locke.
I just imagine everybody's around his bloated corpse and like,
Everyone's just dabbing in unison around it.
Just the way I wanted to go.
Fourth, shut up, you're dying.
12 dab salute. Oh, it's 5.
Is it just me or does like bloated fourth sound a lot sexier than actual fourth? What? Just me?
Okay, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Well, we do have some drills to hand if you want that hole drill in your head and battery acid poured in.
I mean, okay, if you prefer bloated women, I mean, that's your problem.
does not say anything else, or has
How
it like
many
any?
dads, fourth? How many dads?
He's waiting for you. But he's not alone.
Fuck it, peeps, let's bounce. We'll fucking... We'll...
He has the cockatrice.
Knowledge memory. Remind me what cockatrice is.
I know what a cockatrice is. Cockatrices are like big griffin-like motherfucking things that fucking... that specialise in petrifying people.
Yeah, especially their gaze and their pecs can petrify a person. You know that the B team acquired a cockatrice egg a while back. That was being incubated. Vilman was handling the incubation process.
Oh,
It appears
that
that he's
egg.
reared the animal.
Why the fuck did my brain think pecs as in like muscle? Like they fucking.
we just go in and
Have you ever eaten a chicken? Have you ever eaten like a chicken breast fillet and just been turned to fucking stone?
Regulist, I want to picture an insanely buff Arnold Schwarzenegger-esque man with a fucking chicken head. Make it so.
In the meantime, look at this. I'll just post it in the Pathfinder private.
Look at the size of that cock.
Look,
Oh. That's fucking gold, man.
Nice. Oh, fucking Chekhov's bloat. Jesus Christ. Alright, fuck it. Come on, people. Let's bounce.
Let's just
Look-
put,
look-
let's
like,
just
look-
put a pin in
look
Thoth for
above.
the moment, and we'll just move on.
look above Naka. There is also the one of it with the silly string tape form.
I know, I saw that. That was great. I'm getting more pissed off because I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together. It's taking me a while, but fucking. Oh, fair enough. All right. Well,
Yeah, right.
apparently Fourth can
Also,
just regenerate because he's tight Anubis, so I just stab him
No,
in the head.
let's just leave him here. Let's just leave him here waiting for good.
Sorry, didn't catch that, Fourth. See ya.
No, every time he responds, he just starts bloating again.
You know the theory that the
Circle of
Emperor is a
blood.
perpetual, and that like him being on the Golden Throne is just
Can I just
delaying the inevitable for he regenerates.
shove a giant
We
pin in
we
Thoth?
need to stop talking
Unironically.
about Star Child theory. I fucking hate that shit.
Should we dab forward?
Yeah, and
Let's
then
go.
let's stab forward. Alright, I whip out my bastard club and I just cave Foff's head in and just go boom, and then
As you just hotline Miami thoughts
Yeah.
square in the skull.
yeah, fucking there you go. Say at your temple later on and fucking dead boy. Alright, let's go, because again I'm getting pissed. I'm starting to fucking realise something.
Let's go. Dab into the next room.
So we bring up the next section. You work your way through the corridors, finally to a ladder leading upwards. What you find appears to be some old abandoned section of the aisle. You've never seen architecture like this. There's these enormous, towering, leering buildings, eyes like fishes, just leering out in the forms of the windows, like frosted glass, in some cases just boarded over. The doorways loom out like mouths. The reinforcements of the doors like teeth. Steps lead up to various pavilions and balconies, given the impression of spinal cords and rib cages. Arcades, given the impression of ribs. There's a very, very thick smog that wafts through the alleyways, and the alleyways themselves seem too narrow, more akin to blood vessels than actual routes. Every structure seems to be choked with ivy or some plant, and hung in the sky, high above, just a little bit too large for comfort, is the moon, which leers down on all of you like an eye.
Naka, don't fight it. It can parry.
Onward, my people. Let's keep going.
Well, actually, do we know the way? Is my Jude are still tingling?
Aiden, could you roll me some bardic knowledge, please? Anyone who has knowledge of geography can also roll that, but I don't think anyone has it.
Also, I got
knowledge
36 in
geography.
perception for any obvious dangers.
Okay.
Or
Oh, I do have
subtle
knowledge
dangers,
geography, but not very good.
Here is your wish in the private.
Aiden, you recognize a few of the structures. You've seen paintings in the past. You've heard of the cursed capital. Portlet was the capital town of this island. It was the major port, as the name suggests, until some cataclysm about 30 years ago, which rendered the entire town completely unusable. The locals never speak of it. The times you brought it up to them, they have rebuked you. They just say that no one ever goes to Portlet by choice, and fewer still return. An attempt to break some way into Portlet was launched a couple of months ago by the new sheriff, though he never returned, nor did his militia. Though some small sightings of the militia have been reported, no one knows whether they're the same people. Those who've ventured too close, just close enough to see, have reported enormous fields of graves, like teeth. They're so numerous, just as far as the eye can see on the outskirts. Even the old botanical gardens are choked with these funereal slabs that jut out of the ground. If you are this deep within Portlet that you are within viewing distance of the moon at this time, you're near the coast and should only be a few streets away.
Can I like intrinsically sense the coast or some shit?
No.
Okay. Thought it does.
With the shot.
Fuck it, Reggie, let's do the thing.
Do I sense the magical area still?
This area is saturated with magic.
All of
But
it.
something titanic is on the horizon. There is a mass of magic so colossal that it burns your eyes even from here.
I put on my shades and I point my finger to Naka.
Fuck it, let's head towards it. All good?
We have nothing else better to do.
IRA, we are leaving. Let's go.
As you follow the streets through, you swear you see some figures moving across the dark windows above. Occasionally the twitch of a set of blinds or the flutter of a set of shutters, or perhaps the creak of a door handle above. But as you run through the corridors of this ancient capital, you quickly find yourself in a small dip in a way through to the coast, where the portal is connected to its old fortress. There is a slipway downward.
Ghost way, I guess.
As you approach, you notice that there are these bizarre effigies at the roadside. They appear to be staves, just wooden poles that have been sharpened to points. Runes have been carved into the lengths of the staves. A horse's head has been impaled upon the point, and the horse's skin, flayed, has been laid across the length of the stave.
Well, that's just racist.
Is there anything else on these staves? Do I know of this?
This is
wording?
This is a practice known as a nithing pole. It is a curse. Specific, depending on the region, it can either mean a curse against a traitor, or a curse against someone who is a weakling, in short. It refers to the term ergi, which roughly translates to one who spends their time one night in 9 as a woman and gets pregnant as a result. It's a very, very long-winded explanation on that one.
Okay, I think they're calling us pussies.
They're explosives.
No, they're calling us pussies.
Had jokes on you. I'm not a cat.
We're the ones heading towards them.
Let's go.
Yeah, fuck it. Come on, let's go onward.
Let's just Naruto run at him. Then I won't expect it.
This we all Naruto run. Does Naruto running require acrobatics or give benefits to acrobatics?
It gives many chromosomes.
It'll probably annoy the watchers at home enough that they might pay money to get you all killed, which is always a nice price.
Wait, does Naruto running? Could we use that as intimidation?
I kind of get the feeling it would have the opposite effect.
No, but you.
This time we could have spent role playing between characters. We instead are wanting to debating the merits of Naruto running as an intimidation tactic. Please, someone, please kill me.
You can only do a true Naruto run if your intelligence and wisdom modifier are in the minus.
You can't T-pose and Naruto run at the same time.
Yeah, fuck it. You're dead. Fuck you.
Naruto running is just T-posing at speed.
Fuck fucking.
I have a question. Okay,
Fuck off.
why don't we? So if the nithing right is designed to call us pussies, why don't we just fucking destroy the thing? Say fuck you back.
No, no,
Would be a
don't.
good idea.
No, don't. That's a bad idea.
Can we
That's a bad
pose
idea.
the horse in a dab?
No, we need to
It
start.
doesn't have any limbs.
We need to make it T-pose.
I take out 2 sticks. Is there like some sticks on the ground or anything like that?
Yeah, we want to make it look dabbing.
I literally pick up like anything and just stick it using rope to make the horse skull dab.
Turn it into a dab. Fuck you. Alright, so cool. Are we close to fucking the fuck yet?
Yes. You turn a final corner, you go through the slipway, and you reach the shore.
Oh shit, niggas.
What has landed on this shore, you can't tell. It's clearly been here a while, judging by the way the sand dunes are built up. But an enormous stone effigy, what appears to be a feminine form, is washed up on the shore.
Not the orphan, of course.
No.
Alright, where are we placing our dudes?
Just throw yourselves down. I'll ping the point.
Fuck you, no. It's my job to get my shit kicked in. We need more melee boys. Jesus. I'm the only melee boy now. We don't even have any magic people. We've only got one melee boy. But you assholes have fucking arrows.
I
And
can technically
guns.
do melee.
I'm actually probably
My-
not
my
that bad at
s-
melee.
My stand can punch.
Whatever.
We're all set up.
Yep. Right, well, I'm gonna advance forward and fucking.
Should we not
Basically
roll
gonna call it-
perception first? Or
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm too pissed off, and my intelligence isn't that enough. I know you're here, fucker. I know you are. I've been fucking working my way to get here, and I've been seeing your fucking handiwork, and I'm no happy about it. Come out.
Slowly, something lumbers out of one of the ships. A large cartilaginous mitt grips onto the outside of the door frame and levers it and just wrenches itself forward into the night air. An enormous porcine creature. It's a vaguely humanoid shape, but topped with the head of a boar.
I think it's got a bit of indigestion.
Yeah.
Fuck you. That was a good noise.
Mother.
I'm guessing he's not happy to see us either way.
Let's be honest, who is ever happy to see us?
Its entire face is just a mass of tusk and tooth. One of its eyes is missing. Though it appears to have been hastily it appears as though someone attempted to patch him up. This hulk of flesh lumbers forward with little in regards to its surroundings, knocking over one of the nearby shacks and sending some of the dinghies flying at its approach.
How funny. It reminds me of the day I met you. Just fucking. All I saw was a guy with one eye and a pig. Same time. Same thing all over again. Ha!
see. You want see the maker. The
Nice, he's funny.
pig-like abomination lumbers forward uneasily on its kind of hooved feet.
Anybody else here on Mercy?
Yes, I
Yeah,
feel mercy,
what
but
was-
Bill is not really helping us with his fucking accents.
His name. He said him Percy.
And
Alright, let me
Percy?
do sense motive.
Percy!
Oh God, Percy! Oh, God.
Someone roll me a knowledge check.
I don't need to know.
Knowledge
Check.
what?
We know, everybody knows who Percy is. I approach Percy and I pat him on the head.
Well,
What have they done to you, Percy?
I don't know him personally.
For once, Seamus doesn't know what he's looking at. But Ritualist? Aiden, was that 15 for this, or was it
one
another
sec.
event?
I called it though, didn't I?
Oh, Aiden, you know exactly what this is. This is what's called a ball wear.
alright.
Werebore?
No, a werebore is a person who turns into a ball. This is a ball that turns into a person.
That's a thing.
Yes. Reverse wear creatures are a thing. Wolf wares are fucked up, by the way. That's where skinwalkers come from for the most part.
Jesus.
Yeah, Lugaroo are no fucking joke.
That's ridiculous. Werewolves become really bestial and shit like that, but shouldn't fucking wolves become a bit more civilized?
Not really, no. Well, they learn to mimic humans more effectively. Wolf wares are a fucking problem because they can mimic people perfectly. Like, they can mimic your voice and then call your friends out and ambush your friends. Percy, on the other hand, seems a bit more dim. He's clearly worse for wear. Pardon the pun, but it appears that since the moon has been up since the collapse of reality, he has been stuck in his hybrid form.
Oh god, I know what this is. Fucking, I heard it too. Oh god.
It's Punchy's pet pig. Come on, guys, you remember it. You remember Percy. I pat Percy on the head. It's going to be all right.
Anybody get any truffles?
I mean, he'll find the truffles. That's kind of how it works.
Oh, does Percy react?
He just kind of nods slightly. Me take you to master.
Why not?
He kind of he half falls to all fours, kind of levering himself forward past this titanic skull-like effigy of a female face.
No, I'm glad.
As you follow him, you pass by something a little bit disquieting. As you walk down the coast, past these myriad structures and shattered remains, you see things in the water, out in the shallows. Something looking at you. Something has beached itself.
Is that a hand behind it?
It could
Oh,
be its
good
own
spot.
hand.
Is it a
it's-
Tarrasque chicken?
It's like a foot talon kind of thing.
I have literally no idea.
It's like a foot. The back.
Does that look like a Tarrasque chicken to me, like plucked up or some shit like that?
Anybody want to roll knowledge? Figure out what the fuck this thing is.
What do you mean knowledge of?
Bazinga.
Knowledge Arcana? I don't know. Ooh, Aiden.
Aiden, this is a leviathan.
Well,
What's more, you notice that it has been slain. Something it wasn't washed up dead; it washed up alive, attempting to crawl out of the sea, and was killed by something. You notice there is a neat sword wound at the back of its head. Around which the flesh has been burned black, and the veins around it have been completely scorched out.
Is this the same thing as what we saw with the flesh earlier?
It is similar, but on a much larger scale.
21
previously,
knowledge. Sorry.
It has been burned by a mix of sacred and profane flame, as well as carved with a weapon that went through its usual damage reduction like it was nothing.
Knowledge Marshal 21. Do I know what did this?
This is the work of at least a greatsword, and a very, very potent one at that. You would wager an artifact.
Is there any way for me to tell if it's the fucking sword I'm thinking it is?
Well, it definitely hit its mark perfectly.
It's Pig Night Bill, guys. Pig Night Bill. It's happening.
Oof, 1 second.
If that is Berserk reference, I missed it.
Dark Souls reference.
Still missed it.
Am I gonna have to fucking one-on-one him on the show?
All I hear is Pygmy Bill.
And
Pygmy
then the
Bill.
Coon presence is gonna come down in the dream world. The Coon presence is gonna come down in the dream world and try and make me the new fucking dreamer of the dream.
Let's follow Percy.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Percy kind of cautiously walks around the creature. You notice that it's not the only one of these creatures. There are more than a half dozen more. All lined up the same way. Some are out in the shallows still. And you notice... Actually, roll me a perception check.
Ooh, finally.
Oh shit.
Ritualist out in the shallows. You see a leviathan writhing in its own blood. A blade burning with blue flames is buried into the nape of its neck. On the shore across from it is a figure. When I transfer you to the next map, put yourselves down at the northern point. Those of you who are more eagle-eyed can spot to your south down the beach from you a figure hunched over in the sand. Another sword is placed into the soil beside him. And he crouches down in the surf, using its forelimbs for purchase. A single leering blue eye gazes up at you.
Alright, well, I gotta get much closer if I want to talk to him, I'd imagine. So I yell, but I doubt I'll be able to because of the roaring of the waves. Okay.
Come on, Aka, let's do this.
So I jump in this rock. There you go. And I go. Hello there. Is that you, Bill?
kind of shambles gently over. Crack as it moves, you can hear the cracking of its limbs. I remember. I remember the day you polluted this isle with your presence. I remember the day you took my broken body and locked me in a cage. I remember
It's the
their
trolls!
names.
No, we locked Bill in a cage too.
I remember their names. I don't remember their names anymore. I don't even remember their faces. But I can still remember the way they tasted. The way the room smelled. And the feeling of them biting in my teeth. The way their blood flowed in my mouth, the taste of copper. When I try to sleep at night, I can still smell it. Your lackeys took my only remaining family from me and shackled me to a life of drudgery, managing your finances as you grew rich off our misery. And even when I embezzled all I could and built myself a fortune off the back of your insanity, you still denied me even that. You destroyed the crops on this isle and polluted the soil so badly that even the waste of farms were blighted beyond recovery. That sunken dungeon you built leached flux into the soil. You took my health. You took my home and my land and my livelihood from me. Most of all, you took what little dignity I had. He stands up into his full height. He towers above even you now, Nuka. You notice that just thick patches of boils are covering the entirety of his flesh, and his muscles have they're not even swollen, they've just kind of contorted and knotted into these enormous networks, almost like tumors. And his skin is just rending apart under the pressure of it. Where he's standing in the surf and the waves strike him, the surf is reduced to vapor.
Well, to be fair, we never said you were supposed to eat them. We never said that. You did that. We never did that. You did that.
We didn't destroy the
I don't
island.
think this is the time.
The crops. That was the task.
Checking Tarask wasn't our fault. We went out to kill it. You knew. We told you we're going out to fucking kill something.
That thing didn't poison the soil. Your experiments did. The flux was in the soil before the Trask was even born. That sunken place.
Oh.
Where you conducted your experiments, leached foul magic into the soil. Your experiments gave off flux.
Are you...
That's what happens when you conduct ritual magic. You notice now that his face is covered in this thick black cloth that has been wound around him as tight as he can and bound in seawater. Even then, you can see like there's the flicker of ember at the edge of the cloth where it's dried and begun to burn.
Mm.
Well, it's all a bit late, isn't it?
Well, I can tell you're having a bad day, you know, but again, you went
The
along with it.
world
You could have objected at any time.
is ending. My world was ending before even that. So please, allow me to make this official. As he walks forward, you notice at his hip, just this thick band of cloth within which is just knife after cleaver. It's an entire, like several butcher's sets of knives, some of which have been clearly snapped off and resharpened.
I'd like to roll for diplomacy.
Roll that. Go ahead, Aiden, if you'd like to interject.
Okay, this is for versatile performance.
I-
Okay,
I-
like, I
I-
don't really know what exactly is going on here, but
Hmm.
certainly there's some way we can work this out before just resorting to violence, right, guys?
I'm gonna walk up closer to him as well to get in like dueling distance with my hand and my sword. Because it's been a while since we did that.
Let's make this official, shall we? And let's say our goodbyes before we do this.
You were a model employee, Bill.
And you were a son of a bitch.
Your mum
Before I
gay.
do that, I believe it's customary to make an
Go on.
offering to the gods before this. He actually beckons over to Valia quickly.
Okay.
He takes out an old flask and holds it out at arm's length. This covers at least 10 feet of distance.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, do I notice anything about it immediately?
Well, apart from the fact his hands are horrifically distended, ending in near talons, the hip flask is very, very well kept.
Okay. All right. I will carefully take it then, I suppose.
As you touch the flask, you feel a sudden rush, and something heavy from within your body is just wrenched out and drifts up your fingertips into the flask and up his arm. You feel like you've got full movement again, like you were carrying around a weight.
Oh, thank God. Can I
And
get
he
dropped
releases
again?
the flask. If you may attempt it.
Okay, I'll attempt to drink one of my remaining Guinness.
You can drink again.
Yay!
Nuka, you just... You can roll Arcana or Martial if you wish.
For what?
Basically everyone can roll Martial or Arcana for what's just happened.
Here's Arcana.
Nat 20. I'm on my A game with this
Okay.
shit.
There is a religious practice known as sin eating. There is where it's traditional, salt and bread is used in an offering to absorb sins from a person who is dying into another person, and they then atone for the sins of the dying person on their behalf. There is similarly a lesser known practice known as curse eating, wherein someone takes on a curse onto themselves and then atones or breaks the curse for themselves. But it's apparent at this point that Vilman's body has become so suffused with curses that it's becoming like reinforced by them. There are side effects, of course. Even at this distance, the heat from his body is strong enough to burn. Like, Valia, even from where you are, the hip flask is hot to the touch enough to scald, were it not for your gloves. It's like being next to a furnace.
Oof, I'm gonna move back then. I mean, thanks a lot, but oof, little hot over there, man. Still, I was hoping for something more amicable. A resignation, I suppose, if that's what this is. I don't have anything to do with this shit.
Okay.
Don't worry. I have one last thing.
Guys, before we do anything, look at the private.
God,
I do still love that image.
Anti-furry gang gang.
Bill said, and you're number 6.
Good.
Well, yeah. You should have said something, Bill. I always thought we were cool. But if you're if you're quitting, I'm gonna want that song back. It's IRA property.
I can do one better.
Mm-hmm.
Asvalia d'Etranger Duval, the third of the noble line d'Etranger, last remaining surviving member of noble family on this isle, be they, albeit estranged. I have certain duties to undertake. He reaches into the
Bill.
sand and proffers up a circlet of white gold.
Immediately ritualist with the praise.
That is a piece of the Lycian royal regalia. It is priceless.
I don't want it, Bill. I always considered you a friend. You know, you could have told me all these concerns of yours, but just another one of these fucking people that I can't trust.
Yeah. He tosses the crown at your feet. Enjoy ruling over it. He puts a hand towards the capital, which is in the process of collapsing into an abyssal mire. Beyond the capital, there's little left.
I pick it up.
You
and
shall
it's-
be king of all you survey.
Can you roll diplomacy to Bill?
I was about to do that, right, and I've got my new lovely boost from my fucking Bahelit, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Bill, none of this is real. You're just it's all a dream. Everything's fine. We're in your mind. Everything's wrong. Everything's fucked up. It's none of this is real.
I know, Nuka. I always know. And as he stands there, he crumbles to ash.
I lay down and pick up the crown, and I just look at it in my hand. I really did consider you a friend, Bill. I really did. I know I'm not the nicest guy, but I was always good to my own. I fucking frisbee the crown up,
Best of Goy.
and the Serbian internet kicks in.
He was the best of Goyim.
I just hang the crown on my waist, I guess, for now. I mean, I already have a crown sitting on my head. So, what now? I guess.
Something else, I suppose.
I look in the distance at the city crumbling. Is there like anything happening over there?
You notice where where Vilmund has crumbled to dust. There is a pit forming.
Is it getting bigger?
Yes.
Oh, great! The dream world's falling apart.
No, this isn't falling through to an abyss. This is falling through to something below.
Alright, well I whip out my power pole and I start levitating. Everybody fucking grab onto the knuckle-bus.
I'll just miss myself up.
I'm afraid that might not be happening, Noka.
Why not?
I'll just put you through to the next map very quickly. In the meantime,
Well, better to levitate down than to just fucking fall.
as you fall down into this, place yourself down at the northern top bit. Should you tell you what? No, make it the south. Make it south.
Is that the fucking Dread Emperor?
No.
So like here or more south?
I think more south now. Rejoice.
Alright, we're down there.
Right, guys, knowledge autism. Are we back in the real world yet?
I don't think just yet.
No. 37 on knowledge arcana.
One moment, please. Clad head to toe in black plate armor and wielding an almost black-bladed sword with a crown of antlers and a mask of basalt. Something is the best term to describe it. Is worshipping it at an altar. That appears to be a pillar of shadow. As the shadow reaches up into the sky, you see it carve its way into an enormous floating monolith that descends from the heavens.
Fuck it.
I always knew I was asleep. I died before I could even leave the house.
And who was that chasing in the woods?
We old dreamers are stronger than most. Not physical, but enough to make a few marks.
Can I trust anybody? Is there anybody that isn't secretly trying to fuck me over?
No, not really.
What do I say? Like fucking, you know, if people weren't actually trying to fuck me over, I wouldn't have to do half the evil power gaining shit that I try to do.
Yes, Nuka, you never had to do anything. And as he walks forward, he takes Black Razor and runs it across his palm, eliciting a jet of blue flame across the blade. It was always your hand that was forced. Dex never stepped down the stairs. It was never your choice to begin with, was it? It was always someone else's fault.
Oh, we're fucking doing this, are we?
Yes, we are.
Alright.
I intend to put you in the ground alongside me.
Fucking fine then. You know what? Draw. Let's go.
That's kind of Richard's thing. No?
No. Straight up fucking samurai head. Let's go. Or are you going to be using your fucking super cheap fucking sword of bullshit, or are you actually going to use a proper blade, pussy?
If you're worried about it always hitting, don't worry. I fed it enough to put that appetite to rest.
Fine.
You see it burning, the blue flames catch across the entirety of the blade.
I slowly walk up here, keeping my eyes on Bill.
He will take a step back and adopt a stance. You notice the blade, where previously it had been completely unmarked, has now got the tiny pinpricks of starlight within the blade. And as you look up, you notice that the night sky is completely blank. If everyone would like to roll initiative, now's the time.
Oh no, can we not start one of those duels like we did in one of the old episodes? But this...
It's going to be everyone.
Can you roll perceptions of reaction to see if there is something in this mist all fucking around us?
You may.
Didn't have to be like this, Bill. You're a really good accountant.
Unfortunately, I wasn't born to be an accountant.
Oh yeah, because fucking
And
looking
you
for
weren't born to be here.
That's a dig at your mum,
I
mate.
was about to say, fucking, because looking for truffles in the forest where your fucking pig was so much better. I was good
It was
to
our
you.
life. You locked me in a cage and fed me my friends.
Oh shit! I didn't know you guys did that. Holy fuck!
Did we?
I
That was
never
literally
fed
the
him his
first-
friends.
What
We
have I
locked him
been
in a
doing?
cage. We locked him in a cage, we chucked him a knife and said, we'll be back tomorrow. He ate them. We never told him to eat them. He just did.
And he's here speaking to you about all this being the other people's fault.
Yeah, there you go. Fucking there you go. You know what? Diplomacy. Fuck you. The bones were picked clean. You asshole. You fucking again. We never left you in there that long. You didn't have to fucking how many people did we even lock in there with him?
We
Five.
didn't do nothing. We're
Five.
boys.
There you go.
Good boys.
All those bones were picked clean. You what fucking moralized to me? You fucking they were white. The bones were fucking white.
Oh right, yeah, the bones. Yeah, okay.
All the fucking cursed bullshit
I
that
thought it was
was
a really weird
happening.
point
Have fun. You could just say no. You never force your hand. Just ask for dice.
You can see his whole body is tensed up in anger. Not entirely fully externally, you can point to that matter.
I must be the one dreaming, because the Bill I knew never talked such bullshit before. Bill I knew was a fucking solid dude. He used to laugh when I would drink people and then you would eat the corpses. It was a good time. We had
He would
fun.
kept fucking Team B, fucking nobody's we heard. He treated them well. What the fuck?
Why did you never say anything? You could have said anything at any time. You could have said,
We don't read
I would
mind.
like to
We are
see-
not women.
Speaking to outsiders like you never achieved anything.
Whoa, that's a kind of
Put
racial
this entire
time.
isle in the ground once before, and it's done it innumerable times previous.
I'm kind of not happy with the kind of racial element that kind of went there. To be honest, I mean, come on, kill us,
When
but like
Portland
this.
fell, we put scum like you on pikes.
Oh fuck! Remember the tombs? is that him?
Your
You remember
fucking island was loaded with scum. There was fucking scum everywhere. There was fucking like demons and pedos and fucking giant rocket Gamora Joe Bidens and fucking shit.
None of
all
them
about the
were
place.
ours. Why do you think this isle has a history that goes back thousands of years, but it rose out of the sea a generation ago? Why do you think no one's older than 60 who lives on this island and who's natural born here? Why do you think I died when my body reached the age of 61?
It's like that one thing in that one Star Trek episode where like
100 years ago, this nation rose from the ocean. 100 years before that, it sank back in. 100 years before that, it rose from the ocean anew. 100 years before that, it sank again. Over and over, through time immemorial, seed after seed of the world has been born here. This isle has been rooted in curses, and each time it has to sink back below the waves.
And then, well, there you go. If I'm such a big disaster, I'm just the disaster of this 100 years, and I'll be gone again before you know it.
I'll see to
Planning live
that.
out my life on this shithole of an island.
I have a small question. Have you considered making the houses float so it's kind of not big?
We don't need them to float.
We all float down here, Johnny.
No, here, down here, we swim.
You have gills. What?
To this point, he flexes his armor fully. You can see the ridge of his back has risen up to this hunch, and a thick dorsal fin cracks through his armor.
They are actually fish people.
What do you know? You could have told me you used to be a fish. we had so much in common.
We all have to learn the hard way. It's how we've always done things. That's how we always will.
Are you the thing I saw in my vision? Are you the one that keeps destroying this? or telling me is there something even worse looming upon these horizons?
There's always something worse.
Well, you're like the fourth thing we saw, so...
Look up. He points his sword skyward, and up above you is that monolith, pulsing with that brilliant blue light. A beam of light bursts from the pinnacle up towards the sky, and where it pierces the heavens, it bursts. And what rains down isn't water anymore. It's too dense. And where it touches, it corrodes reality itself. These mists are the product of that. And they are warping reality itself. It's our familial duty. We usher in the end.
Well, it is my familiar duty to delay it.
So I get it now. So, alright, so basically what's happening here is the 100 years are up and it's time to go back to the sea. Eh?
Our time is up.
Getting real tired of fucking betrayals today. Getting real fucking tired of it. You know what happened to the last group of free dudes that started spouting cryptic bullshit towards me? In a fucking underground tomb? Do you know what happened to them?
I hate them.
I got you there, mate.
Enough.
Don't worry. I promise you it won't hurt when Ragadan devours this isle. It didn't hurt last time either. He reaches down and picks up quite casually a glass shield. Wielding the greatsword in his main hand, the shield in the other, and quite casually wrenches his eye patch off. What remains inside that socket isn't quite an eye. It mirrors that churning vortex at the center of the diocese. A twisted, mangled chunk of space that seems to go inward forever.
Well, you heard him, everybody. Let's do this. I'm pretty sure all of us like our stuff. Plus, if we get submerged in like fucking the sea or whatever mud, we're both gonna fucking die.
Oh man, it's gonna be horrible for my components. Oh god. For different. Ugh. Hate salt water. It's wet and it's coarse and it gets everywhere.
Well, after you then, old friend.
Oh. Worth it to me. Let's do this.
Naka, you're up first.
I know, and I said, after you, old friend.
He will bring his shield to bear, slide his palm across the length of the blade, making sure that the blue flames are well fed, and he will mutter a few words under his breath, and there's this bizarre sense of density in the air, and then a wall of water erupts out from around him and then begins twisting around his body. Keeps the shield up, and all you can see is that empty socket peering at you through the glass of the shield. Mark 3, you're up.
Cool. Right, so I'm gonna make a robot. Fuck it, why not? And I'll make it explosive one. How far away is that of a run? And this one is an electric one. I'll just have to remember that. And that's 40 feet movement. At 40 feet? Yeah. And that's my full turn action.
Okay. Valia.
Okay, so you have like a water shield up essentially?
He has some kind of water effect up around him. It doesn't appear to be directly, like, defending him, but it's surrounding him. If you want to roll Knowledge Arcana, you may.
Well, I only have 4 different ones.
Just to use your knowledge, one size fits all.
You're not familiar with it. It's definitely a spell. You're not sure what it is. Ritualist knows what it is. This is a variant of a spell named Call the Void. Specifically, this is a variant called Call the Deep. It surrounds the user with a field of water that, when getting into close combat, slowly drowns their opponents.
I guess if I electrified it, that would make it probably worse.
It is still conductive. You can still be damaged through it. It doesn't. The main thing it does is it does in his case, it does a good chunk of fire damage every round from the scalding, boiling water, and prevents people within 5 feet of him from breathing. Renders them fatigued for the duration.
Lightning him.
Alrighty.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
Okay.
Thunderbolt! Thunderbolt!
Right, so I guess I'll use my bow to put the lightning on it, I guess. I'll do like precise shot, I suppose. Can I aim from that far, or is there too much height difference?
Oh, don't worry. got 50 foot, you're nowhere near even your first range. You're within close range for that weapon. Pretty sure you can shoot this entire field and have no, like, -2 at best.
Okay. So what do I roll for that then? It's been a while.
Usual 1d20
Okay.
plus your RAB. That it clatters off his shield, but it does hit his touch. So it is enough to conduct the 2d6 damage from lightning. So go ahead and roll your 2d6. You can see like the lightning is arcing between the chunks of his armor, and where it's hitting flesh, the black pustules are seizing, and you can see them begin to rupture. And what pours from him is this black ichorous substance, more akin to tar than anything else. It's kind of like, from within the armor that rattles around the interior, and there's a very mild keening noise you can't quite place. Anything else, Aiden?
How far is the lightning breath actually? It's-
Lightning breath is, I believe it is 100 feet long plus 10 feet per 2 hit dice, so 150 feet.
Okay, so can I do that too then? Since apparently
Yes, it's a non-action, so yes.
Okay. So the what do I roll for that?
Oh wow, I rolled a reflex save.
Okay.
It should be noted that Vilmund, due to age and being a deep one, surprise, has a really abysmal dexterity, so yeah, he fails that.
So, by the way, just one thing, see if the water's just swirling around him. Surely it's got nowhere to go, the electricity. So it'll just stay there, yeah? What happens if the water's just floating in the air and it gets electrified?
Well, it would earth through him, otherwise it wouldn't do damage.
Okay.
As it's the travel between the 2 points that causes the injury. Yep. If you want to move positions, Aiden, you may. Also, keep in mind that you have been making a full attack, so you're allowed to make, like, I think 3 more attacks.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that then.
Gatling bow's a thing.
Future is now, old man.
Don't. Who fucking cease. I didn't spend 3 hours looking for a decent suit of armor for this to happen to me. Okay.
That's a good point. If it is like a big circular fucking water thing, almost pod-shaped, and it's made of the tide, would it not in fact be a tide pod?
No, it's an aura that replicates the effects of deep water. It is not a physical dome of water.
Yeah, it's like a.
You enter the field and it conjures water in your lungs.
Oh, it's kind of like that thing when we dropped Nuka in Nuka's like action figure in water, and then it kind of affected him. Whereas like you're not actually in the water, but it's like really poor description.
The water effect was just a cosmetic aspect of the spell. Like, what it actually did was seep the water into his own body, so that when he attacks, it seeps into yours.
Right.
Anyway, okay. Those will all hit touch, but the the actual connection's already been made. But yeah, those all hit touch, but don't hit AC. Sadly.
Okay. Other than that, I think I can still, as a last action, take a drink.
You can indeed.
Okay, which I will do. And then since I'm raging, I think that like gives everybody +1 to morale in addition. For mind effects.
Okay. Well then, Ritualist, you're up. It should be noted that all the bodies you've been seeing around, guys, they look really familiar.
I'll take first a 5-foot step, and if I can, as a free action, roll knowledge arcana on the water and the bodies. Do they look like magically
Do they
manipulated?
look dankulish? Do they look big reddish? Do they look like fucking Russian Deadpool?
The bodies all look like people you drank from as vampires and left fulfillment to eat.
Nice.
It appears that instead of actually devouring the bodies, he has been moving the bodies here and burying them.
Not very well by the looks of it.
I would remind you that there is a 60-foot wall of sand either side of this arena. He buried these fuckers deep.
Do they look placed like in some rituals circle or something that some bullshit magic is happening?
This circle is ancient. That much is obvious. These pillars have been here probably since before the island existed. The architecture is Aslanti.
I can discern nothing else from looking at the.
Should also be noted that whilst they have been uneaten, these bodies were drawn deeper into the soil towards this deities by the deity's magic. The pillar above you is being fed by the souls that have been buried at this beach. This is the Wrecking Coast. This is the same beach you've been drawn back to time and time again.
So, what did I knew again about that? His water shield. Does it
Yes.
stops force weapon?
It does not stop force weapons. It gives a mild mischance for ranged attacks. But
Oh,
those only affect certain weapons. They mainly affect thrown weapons.
just check.
The shield you're not sure about. You've never seen a shield like this. It is made of a very similar material to your crossbow bolts.
Well, I'm going to be just on the safe side, and I'm going to use that. I think that's my last bolt for the. How do you say it? Yeah.
The crystal one with the poison on.
Yeah, I'm going to use the last one. Hopefully I can paralyze this. So it's a 1d20 plus R&B plus bonus. What bonuses do I get? Besides my usual
Don't
one.
worry, I'll factor them in at my end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aid in bonus, if that is only that, and I'm in close range, so I hope that's everything.
Okay, and that hits touch, so yes, that will hit. Wait, no, it hits force damage, so let me double check one thing. High or low?
Hi.
He wheels around with the shield and attempts to bring it up in time, but his hulking, brutish frame is a bit too sluggish. And you strike him in the shoulder. You see the bolt burn through his armor. There's this bizarre, there's a very bizarre reaction at work. It cracks through, and you can see the light dim as the bolt goes through. The bolt has still hit its mark, and it's not diminished, but it appears as though the armor he is wearing is physically absorbing the light.
But not only that, this is the 1d20 roll toxin, I think.
Okay.
It paralyzed the how it was it? Yeah, the coach rider.
Ah, that one.
Yeah, you remember when me and Duck made it, we rolled a natural 20 on it.
Okay, You see him stumble, and his arm kind of convulses slightly. You can see his grip on the shield is loosening somewhat, but he's maintaining control over the rest of his body.
Sure. Let me roll damage on it. 1d4 plus 1d10. It's 1d10 and plus, let me see, I think I have bonus of 3 for other shit. That's the damage from the bolt itself, if it hit.
Ooh, yeah, you actually also should get the sonic damage from me. I forgot about that. Which is 1d6.
How much is that?
1d6.
Okay. You notice the armor kind of crunches down on the bolt, and the force effect shatters under the interlocking plates. You still wounded him. You can see blood begin to pour down his arm. But there's something not right about his armor. You can roll me a spellcraft if you wish.
Yes, please. Let me just check spellcraft. Hey.
This isn't a mundane suit of armor. This is a spell. It's called Void Armor. It is made of the physical stuff of the void itself. The dark tapestry woven into armor. Usually made and overlaid over a suit of silk.
Do I know anything that would disrupt it?
You could attempt to dispel the effect, and it would leave him unarmored. But he still have the sword and the shield. But the shield arm is somewhat sluggish now.
Do I know any way how I can do that on the battlefield?
You could also attempt to sunder the armor.
Like hit a weak point or something?
Yeah, you physically attack the armor in order to destroy it. But there is the risk that he could recast.
Is sundering like attacking with the crossbow or something?
Yeah. You can use a regular attack. You've still got like 2 more.
Yeah, I'll use that, and I'll transmit to Naka to watch out for the armor. Basically everything. I'll just quickly. Let's roll a sec.
Let's put it this way, Ritualist. You know that if you were to strike that armor with your bare hands, it would injure you. It would
Will it,
draw
like,
the heat from your body.
Would it like damage your weapon if Naka hit it with his sword?
Yes, if he were to hit it with his sword, it would risk destroying Shoka entirely. The blade might shatter against the armor.
I tell this to Naka. So this is 1 second attack.
I'd go for the sunder.
Yeah, I'm going for the Sunder. Okay, I'm risking it. So this is plus 8 for the second attack.
Mm-hmm. These rounds clatter. He brings his shield up in time this time. The twin bolts of light strike the shield, and they seem to disappear within the surface. The mirror isn't quite a mirror. It's like there's extra dimensional space within the actual shield.
Okay, and the third attack. Fuck. Bill, this is your curse. This is all those 20s.
So, what if I attack the armor from range?
Could work. A ranged attack wouldn't risk your weapon.
About reach?
I shout to everybody.
Reach still uses the weapon itself to attack. If there's physical impact, it does damage.
That's it for me.
Okay, next up is Duck.
I suppose you've got a way to fuck up that armor.
Tabronerum, Makara.
Kuna matata to you too, buddy.
Fuck.
Don't worry, Duck. You have the effect of fortune on you currently. You roll twice and take the best result.
Oh, lovely. So does that hit?
Yep, should do. I believe. Let me double check.
Oh god, did you roll a 1?
No, you... Oh, that reminds me. Duck, you want the new artwork, don't you?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, Jesus.
Fuck is that?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What the fuck is that Yog Xenomorph?
So, am I... Oh, it's down there.
That's Deadly Boy now.
That is my
No.
Shin Fei.
Is that he? Is that the duck?
Is that your fucking Eidolon?
Yeah, it is.
That's Sinn Fein.
Shin Fei.
Sinn Fein? Wait, am I related to that thing?
Technically speaking. Are you familiar with Wendigos?
Oh god.
Spirits of cannibalism?
I prefer smug Wendigos. Dab. Fuck all of you.
We were right to sandbag that. Continuing on. Duck.
Alright. So what... So is there any stat changes with this, or will you be factoring them in?
I'll be factoring them in. Because this is what this is. You may remember in the early sessions during the Orc invasion, they sent forth a man known as Rawhead, who was a Reastrad user, a warp spasm user. This is Deadly Bite under the effects of warp spasm, a full warp spasm. Which has some very interesting effects.
Alright, I'll roll for damage. Also,
Okay.
don't forget their silver claws as well.
How big is this fucking Eidolon?
What the
Jesus.
fuck is that?
That's his Eidolon.
It should be
Really?
noted that if you look closely, it's made of human bodies and antlers parts.
Of all the things we killed,
See, bro,
Yes,
we're the good guys.
You notice it looks suspiciously like some of the bodies that are around this arena.
Wait, important question. Duck, are you still in control of it?
Oh yes.
Oh, that's probably fine then. I literally know.
Tabronerum.
that's fine. That's fine. That's very good.
Okay. Shin Fei's attacks go through to hit touch AC, so I believe that hits. And you can go ahead. Let me double check one thing real quick. Yes, here we go. Fully warped, plus 36 strength.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, sorry, sorry, that's my bad. That's total 36 strength. It's plus 16 strength.
Okay.
Even
still.
Yeah, that's...
No slouch. No slouch at all.
36 strength, Jesus.
Yeah.
I thought
Oh, that's
that was a
before
bit-
huge size. Yeah. When you go fully warped, you become huge sized and get plus 16 strength. among other things, including an AoE fire effect.
Wait, is that still Deadly Boy, but like fucking...
This is Deadly Boy's true form.
Oh fuck, it's Deadly Boy Requiem. Requiem?
In essence, yes.
Requiem.
Now, Duck, would you like to elaborate as to what you want to do with this?
That claw attacked. As I've said, Osquelga. I'm sorry, demon.
What?
And the claw attack hit well, it did hit demon.
Yes, indeed. And 36 strength, that is...
Wait, sorry,
why?
did you just say that you attacked Demon?
Yes, I did.
What the fuck? What?
Now, you may recall a while back, he went on a little trip.
Place called Auschwitz? What are you talking about?
Well, when you look at Duck now, you notice his eyes aren't white like his herald form. They're bright gold.
Did
Danny?
Jack just betray us?
You see, Nucker, at the back of your brain, you can hear Lord Snatch shrieking.
What? Stop yelling! Jesus Christ! What's the problem?
Anathema!
Anathema? Oh...
Children of the fifth.
What? You repealed the fifth? What? I thought it was the eighth.
We're coming for all of them.
Fuck is happening? I ain't smart enough for this. You have to stop screaming at me. What's wrong?
Don't you know who he is?
Famine?
No. Conquest.
Oh, Duck camera.
Y'all motherfuckers thought I got layman to betray you. I threw that shit before I got in the room.
The
You
trail
cocksucker.
I've been setting this up so much.
Oh, Christ.
Months in advance.
Oh, it was fucking one. Jesus.
I held off and I held off and I just had him do little things around, like cover up evidence and kill a few witnesses.
Tot energy.
Christ. Oh, well, I'm pretty fucking pissed off. Fucking lots of niggas gonna die today.
Okay, and yeah. Mark 3.
Mm-hmm.
The claw connects with your chest
Hey, Lamau.
and wrenches the front panel off of your body. The very organic heart thudding in your chest is now visible.
No, don't do it.
Edwin, you notice that Seamus isn't who he said he was. Whoever came back from his excursion to the real world wasn't him.
Oh
This
God,
is
it's
not
Bobby
a
Sands.
Oh, fuck.
It's Bobby Sands. He's here. Oh fuck! It's Bill and Bob. Sorry.
I can't be mad at that. I can't be mad at the idea that the final boss is Bobby Sands. Hungry for vengeance. No. Okay, Richard, you can. Richard, you can tell at a glance what's happened.
I'm sorry.
What, when Seamus killed Bobby Sands, his brain broke, and something crawled out of him and killed him. This is that thing. This is a monstrous copy. And if what you've been thinking is correct, that's why people who have been turning up dead from the... You notice one thing also. On his back, burning through his armor, is an image of a cathedral.
All those times he hit me when he rolled the ones. I get it now. It wasn't just really bad rolls. It was always part of the plan.
Yeah, that was it.
Card 5 of the Incidental Tarot, the Cathedral. Equivalent to the Hierophant. The Cathedral represents structure, authority, and organization. It graces attributes are cooperation, dedication, vision, and mastery of skill. The Cathedral finds its natural home within tradition, a set of rules, and wisdom of the ages, and has great respect for authority and natural hierarchy. The Cathedral, in a word, submission. The tarot card killer got to Seamus. This is the 5th tarot. That's why it skipped over so many. The Lovers. The Chariot. Rika. And the Horseman. And from the burning eye, floating in that suit of armor, the Griffin. Strength.
My god, I think we killed so many of those. We killed the Chariot, we killed the fucking Griffin.
No, this is the Griffin.
Oh.
Vilmund is the 13th card, is the 8th card.
So if we kill him first, does that affect the tarot killer in any way?
You don't know yet.
You know, I just turned to fucking Bill and I'm like, fucking. So you've always known what the deal is with this card fucking nonsense is this entire time? Always? Have you always known?
That's
Did
above
you know
my
that
pay grade.
Did you know that this idiot was going to do this shit?
He's not one of mine. You notice that Vilman's mark isn't as pronounced. Seamus's is burned into his back. Vilman's is just a ephemeral, shimmering little marking. It's imprinted in the armor. You notice his cloak is comprised of these pieces of cloth like wings, like specifically like an albatross's wings, laid over his shoulders. He isn't one of the tarot victims yet, but he's marked.
Jeez. What was that film with fucking Shakin' Stevens, fucking The Frighteners? Where the numbers were appearing on people? And when I say Shakin' Stevens, I mean fucking Michael J. Fox. Frighteners, wasn't it? Where the fucking numbers get carved.
Yeah,
into
Frighteners
the
did that.
boxes.
I
Yeah.
think Death Note also did it, but it was shit. I'm gonna make some enemies different by saying that, but anyway.
You see the mark on you, don't you? Do you see it?
He looks confused. He kind of cocks his head confused.
You can see it on Duck. It's on you as well. You know what happened with that shit. We sat and talked about this fucking tarot fucker. You're marked. Duck is fucking dead. There's bigger shit than me and you happening here, Bill. And you still want to have a scuffle with me while this shit's going on? I rolled a 39 diplomacy.
He looks reluctant for a moment. Then his grip tightens around Black Razor.
You know I'm not lying, Bill. You know that we were researching this shit together. Look, Duck is dead.
None of this is gonna matter soon anyway. Look! Sky is
not-
fucking falling around us.
You're Mark, Bill. Whatever you're trying to do here, it's obvious something's gonna stop it. There's bigger things going on here than me and you, son. But if you want to go down like this, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Only
Fair
with
enough.
consent. We don't want to. Don't
You
rape
want-
charges.
If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die fighting. Not
No,
waiting
you're
for
gonna-
something.
You chose to stop being my friend, and so you decided to die as a pawn of some nameless dickhead. I'll get him after I've dealt with you. Expected better.
You looked for hope in the wrong places. Same as I always did.
I take Shoko, and from one of my fucking many wounds with my free arm, I draw it slightly, and I reinforce Shoko with my own blood. Can I do that?
Yes, indeed.
Righto, cool. And I sheath it with that. Well, as in, like, I just basically reinforce it while it's in the sheath.
Mhm.
I pop my vigor scabbard and activate it fully, giving me +4 damage and +4 aim for the entirety of the round. I step in 2 steps, activating reach, and I hit out with feint.
Okay, roll your feint.
29.
He calls your bluff. How'd you cut in?
What do you mean?
Describe your attack.
Oh, well, I immediately go for swift, lightning fast cuts with rapid current.
As you cut in from above,
Oh, wait, sorry.
he is.
Oh no, wait, no, my mistake. In fact, did I get anything in my feint for Ritualist and fucking Aiden?
You should get +2 for me, yeah, I guess.
2, so 31 for Heart, and is it no +4 for you, Ritualist?
+4.
Yep,
Yeah, so
I've,
that's
I factored those in.
35. Oh, did you?
He holds that blade in half. He drop as you feint with the blade. He keeps himself still, dropping the shield. As you carve in from above, he brings the sword up in a half sword grip. Your blade comes down, skirting across the edge of his, and catches on the quillions. He moves as if he's going to thrust forward the point. And as you duck backwards, he hooks the point in against your wrist and brings the quillions around, attempting to hook them behind your head and pin you. Let's see what your CMB is and CMD. Okay, that's a cross counter. He's ignored 2 attacks of opportunity from supernatural effects, so he gets +4.
Did I get to do any of those 3 attacks? No.
You get to make the first one.
Oh.
This is technically a parry.
30 and
As mentioned, he catches the blade on his quillions, hooks you at the wrist, and plants Black Razor's quillions behind your head and drags you out of your stance.
Jesus.
Your stance is broken, so you no longer get the benefits of it, and your blade is bound. You're grappled.
So I didn't get like the fucking plus. By the way, that was like 40 from Aiden, Ritualist, and from the fact that
I'm
he's
aware.
the river. How
I'm
fucking
aware.
high is his fucking AC? Jesus.
The armor is very, very good.
Mm.
It's been where he's been spending all the money he's been embezzling.
I thought it was just fucking a counter, but I don't know.
Sandra the armor.
I've got a parry too, don't get me wrong. But I'm not allowed to let you know which one it was he used. Now, at present, your blade is locked to his, and the quillings of his blade are dragging you down off stance, keeping your head held down. He tried to pull you off your feet entirely and pin you to the ground, but couldn't quite get the leverage. You have, I believe, a move action left because you only made one attack.
Sorry, I've still got a move action. What?
Oh, you got Swift as well. Oh wait, no, did you use that as part of your boost?
I never used this.
Did you have a Swift?
I will. I will fucking direct the pride. What one of you motherfuckers thinks is best? You know what, Ritualist, get this fucker off me.
I think you're the only person. I think Rich is the only person within range anyway, because it's a 30-foot range.
Yeah, Ritualist, help me.
How do I help?
I don't know.
Well,
Well, technically,
Yeah,
if
you-
he's grappling me, that means he can't move either.
Well, if I can like jump or just shoot a bolt at him. Is that
You can
it?
shoot from here.
Let me shoot a bolt.
That'll hit. Just let me roll my mischance. Okay.
And here is damage.
It plows into his side, and you can see rivulets of blood begin to pour out between the cracked scales. His armor begins to like bulge in weird places, like and crack more than just at the door where the dorsal fin burst through. Okay. Anything else, Ritualist?
I have like a second attack, I think, for my turn. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
If I correct, Naka bumped up on my turn. Yes. Sorry, I was just doing something very important. So I'll take this turn. Naka, do you want me to continue shooting at him, or do you want me to focus on Duck?
Yeah, keep shooting at him until like, fucking he has to fucking let me go. Yeah, me and you fucking deal with him. Bill, you, the rest can deal with Duck.
Yep.
You
Second.
know what I mean, it makes sense. There's four of us against four, like fucking two,
Okay.
2-on-1 for both of us. Makes sense. Yeah.
And third attack with the negatives.
Well,
So
once
it's
more.
30 and 22. Does any that hit?
22 will not hit, sadly, no.
But 30 will hit.
30, double check. 30s will hit.
That's it for me.
Okay. His turn. You can see him grimacing. But then you can see the chunks, you can see wounds begin to seal.
Wait.
You can see him grimacing and like he's attempting to close them through sheer force of will to prevent the bleeding. God. Nucker.
Yeah.
He brings his sabaton boot into the back of your knee, and with a sickening crack, it twists out from under you.
Don't suppose I can counter.
You may. Actually, wait, no, you can't, because nat 20s can't be counted.
Oh, was that a nat 20?
Yeah.
Damn it.
And you can see his dorsal. His dorsal fin isn't the only thing there. There's something beneath it. There's this mass of wires, almost, and probes going into his spine. And with a flash of light, they pulse up his back. And he brings his sword up, hilt up toward the sky, point downwards. Nucker, you can feel the point of the blade against your clavicle notch. He's about to try and bring his... It's the little point between your neck and your collarbone.
Oh.
And it's a quick way to a person's heart. He brings the... Using his throat slicer, he's allowed to coup de grace someone who he has pinned.
Go, stab me in the heart. Go for it.
He brings the point down, and there's a moment of confusion on his face.
I'll lean right into him, right into Bill, right in his face, and goes, "Did you expect any less? Come on."
He takes you by the throat. His belt glows a bright red as the 3 gems on it burst completely. And he smashes the floor where the water is deepest and is just attempting to drive you into the stone.
I continue laughing at him.
Where the flames normally are lapping at your sides from the water, that begins to dissipate as your dread vampirism kicks in, and your Knuckle form begins to reform.
Ooh.
And he's just mashing you against the floor, attempting to put your head through it. All the while, you can see Black Razor is twisting inside the wound, and it's not letting go of his hand. You can see the veins up his arm, through his armor as the armor cracks, and the black travels up his already twisted form. And you can see his right eye, that had normally been fine, turn completely black.
I get it.
His cheek slumps. Who has knowledge history?
You fucking idiot.
Let's have
You
a
just
look.
tried to fucking slice at something that isn't even there.
I technically
Good
have
luck
it, but it's
trying
like
to
a plus
hit, you know,
6.
perfect striking sword, you fuck shit.
I'll just give it a go. It's probably not going to be alright good.
So, now that I'm turning
Oh, sweet.
nickel of the year again,
Yeah,
does that mean I have one broke? Are my legs fine, or do I just have 3 working legs?
You've got a broken knee, it's going to regen pretty soon. But Mark 3, you have data files on Black Razor, because it was used as a inspiration for your brother. Black Razor is a necromantic artifact. It devours the souls of the living, but against the undead, it backlashes. Now, against a vampire with an intact heart, it works fine. But with no heart, it's treated as any other undead and level drains the user. And as he was using a coup de
shit.
grace, the damage is multiplied. In this case, the level drain is multiplied. Vilmund is running out of life force. He's already used the frenzy chip in his spine, which knocks a year off his life for each round it's used. And this is still his human form. He's not a full deep one. He's still a hybrid. You can see his body beginning to slump and his right cheek bone collapses entirely. But he's still got that point blade embedded in Nuka. And it's working of its own accord. Nuka, you can't breathe,
I don't breathe.
but yeah, exactly, you don't breathe. You're still taking the fire damage, but you have resistance.
How much fire damage is it?
It's 2d6.
2d6.
Mark 3.
Oh shit. Let me just double check something.
More brother wars.
So I'm gonna go into a gas form. Yeet. And then I'm gonna oh yeah, and then I'm gonna use Obscuring Mist, which should range about 20 feet from me in like a circle.
Okay. So you are yourself mist, and the mist is hidden within mist.
Yep. And
Sounds
yeah. And just to clarify, it obscures all sight for beyond 5 feet, including things with dark vision, apart from me, obviously. So I can see through smoke.
And I believe Valia can also see through it.
Hell yeah.
Yes,
We'll give you a high five.
Thunder Children can see through clouds.
Oh yeah, also my robot's still on autopilot, so it's just going to run up to Bill and how actually far does it do?
I forgot to mention it's meant to be a 5 step forward.
Kick him in the kneecaps.
Well, sorry, no.
Do it, fine.
Yeah, so that
Have
should
you seen
be.
the art in the private?
I have indeed, and I'm impressed.
Did I put it in? I don't remember if I've done it or not.
I'm impressed with fucking betrayal. I did not expect that. Not at all.
What is it saved as is the question. Okay. Oh yeah, so that's just going to explode to do electric damage. Should be around here somewhere.
Before it detonates, I knock my mask off with my horrible skinless knuckle-y face as I look at fucking Bill's deteriorating fish face, and I just tell
Oh
him,
no, I can show you what his face looks like currently.
good. I just tell him, and I always thought that us water boys had to stick together.
This is 100% electric damage, by the way. Hopefully, this is actually going to be a good roll.
Look at your face, and
That's 10-foot radius, by the way, so that's going to hit Knucker as well.
I take no damage. I have 20 electricity resistance.
Yeet. Nice. I'll just delete that. That's everything that's going to happen on my turn.
okay. Valia?
Okay. So, for the movement with the lightning, what does that count as in terms of an action?
Oh, the Thunder Breath is free action.
Yeah, but
Worryingly
in
enough.
terms to move using it.
Free action.
Okay. I'm going to do that then to move.
Okay.
Is there not a delay on the Thunder Breath, or?
We trusted you, Stritzu. I reject my Bobby sanity. Knocker!
Nice.
Here's the idea. We get rid of the bill, everybody climb to the top, and we leave the duck in here. Fuck.
Oh yeah, shit, I can just like
Let them
return to
go.
my people.
Well, but Duck technically never betrayed us. Fucking, if we can save him, we need to save him.
actually didn't betray you.
It's not duck.
So wait 1
We
second.
need...
The reason why this
Yeah, she was
happened...
super dead.
So is he just developed a secondary personality after killing Bobby Sands?
No, this is literally a different creature.
It just mimicked.
He's dead.
We just leave this thing here.
So, fucking, can we resurrect Duck?
No, he's on another plane, so he's not actually accessible for a resurrection. Because he's on a different, like, core plane.
Wow, man.
He's on
fuck
prime
this.
materia rather than regular material.
Wow, man, we lost two. old
Spreading
friends.
famine.
If you go to the real world and then cast resurrection, you'll have a hard time fucking casting it because it's only been ever cast once by someone on someone called Lazarus, and a few other people, depending on who you ask. Then it'll work, but you have to be on that prime material. But be that as it may. Okay, so
So who's
the
next?
lightning breath was cut. Valley, you still got a full round action.
Yeah. So I'm gonna aim at L with the electric arrows. Now, is Nuka gonna get hit by this too? The electricity?
Currently, Knocker is not in a grapple. He's got Black
Okay.
Razor stuck in his torso, but he's undead, so he doesn't really care. He's regenerating around it. Whereas Vilman is currently near prone, nearly level drained to death.
I have 20 electric damage resistance. It's fine.
Okay.
You know what you should have done? You literally should have had Duck's icon and had it so he took the balaclava off and it was just his icon, but it just had Razorfist's head on top of it.
God. If I'd thought of it, I would have done that.
You should have.
Honestly, I'm saving Razor Fist for the next season, just in case. You always want to keep that ace in the hole.
Is a fist. Yeah.
Razor fist in the hole.
Besides, I was originally planning on using Razor Fist in his form as Taser Fist as the other Thunder Child character to combat Valia.
Yeah, he's the devil hand to her god hand.
Exactly. It's just two lightning autists flitting across the sky.
You know, we've got to have that scene where fucking Taserfist kills Vike Pence.
Well, let's finish it.
It's a Viking Mike Pence.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, let's finish this. It's
Did
1
you
in the
forg-
morning.
did you
It's what? Yeah, it's midnight. I want to go to bed. Let's get the show on the road.
Tomorrow, please.
So do I. I'd be up in 5.5 hours.
Same. Come on. Viola, action.
Okay, geez, I rolled attacks. Okay, hit. 2 hits. Actually, 3. 3 hits given the level drain. Also, his armor is dissipating because he's no longer high enough level to cast the armor.
Bonus damage. And then 2d6 for the lightning.
Okay. Okay, that's enough damage to knock him prone. His armor dissipates. What's left is a crumbling. His skeleton has now reached the point where it's corroding apart.
And I'll end my turn by continuing to get drunk.
It's been a bit of a busy day for you. You came to get a new job, and you learned a lot today.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
confused as fuck. You guys
yeah,
are way worse than I thought, and I already thought you were awful.
Okay, Ritualist, you're up.
I'll look round to him and
One round left, one round left. Once we get this round over, we can all go to bed.
Do it, do it.
Can I just roll because Naka pushed me around?
Oh
shit.
His round skipped. His round skipped.
Yeah, skipped.
Sorry.
Seamus, stab that bitch with your gigantic Wendigo hands.
I'm going to step out of Mud's Mist with Seamus, and I'm going to reach into the sort of pocket space I have.
Fuck.
And I'm going to
Oh
take
no!
the thing we found earlier today. Oh no, it's a dirty bomb.
Watch it,
Fucking
watch it,
Irish
watch it.
every time.
Probably shouldn't let me have that. And I'm basically going to tell Demon to keep the mist away from me, or the dirty bomb gets activated. And is there any way for Shin Fei to sort of detect Demon while he's in mist form and the mist is there?
Well, he's a spirit of wind, so he could just inhale him.
Shit, sure, why not?
Okay, he will attempt to do his inhalation move. Void breath, nat 20. It's a grapple. Pin, in fact.
I'm so gutted, Duck. You never said at any point "Hail Elizabeth."
Well, his initial orders were wait until Nuka puts the crown on, then use your fucking anti-crown powers to kill him.
Can I do anything with the bomb this round?
You may if you wish.
Right. I believe that pillar's in the middle, yeah?
Yeah.
We just were fighting. Would I be able to throw it there, yeah? Or attempt to?
Yeah, you may.
Right. Would you be rolling for that, or?
Yeah.
Alright.
So I have to hit the square. Okay, so you just literally just pitch this thing into the vortex. And there's a moment where time stands still. And then suddenly everything rushes towards that point in space, being wrenched inward and flung downward.
Oh, it's the tree, the shrub, the fern. Yeah.
Guys, put yourselves down quickly.
Oh, did it explode?
Yes.
Well, it's a dirty bomb in it, but it's loaded with like chemical shit and nasty nonsense in it. I'm a
Yes.
knuckle of feet. I'm immune to disease and poison.
Yes.
I have a power
But
armor.
the issue is that you've been drawn through a planar portal to this.
Or spell.
Let's see if I find the right art.
Mr. Nugget, I don't feel so good.
Somebody already said that in the chat
Ah,
when Bill
fair
dissolved on the beach. Whenever when
Oh,
Bill
right.
dissolved on the beach. Yeah.
I had that planned months before that movie was even brought out. I was super fucking pissed off when that happened.
I don't feel...
Are my legs regenerated?
They've snapped back into place, yes.
Wait, would Demon not be with me? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, I go over to Bill's body and I fucking kneel down horsewise because my lower half is a horse again, and I pick up Bill's fucking body in my monster arms.
Can we actually establish what the fuck's going on?
Nah,
This,
no,
let's put it this way. This is the seed. You've already seen what this isle's equivalent of the World Tree burn. This is the seed to the next. When the 100-year cycle is up, it'll rise again on this. This is the foundation of this chunk of the world. Oh, by the way, who here has insight?
I do.
Everybody have +10 insight from falling into the amoebic sea, I think.
Alright. I have 11 now.
I don't fucking
No,
know.
Valia, you had more than the rest of the party because you experienced the vision. You had 20.
Oh, I actually have 10 insight. Yeah, I do.
Oh, it was 21 then. Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. Valia, you have enough. You have enough insight to see what. You have enough insight to see what this actually looks like.
Oh boy.
Oof.
Oof.
I don't know where to start.
Keep that up.
Stop.
I want to take a screen. I want to take a screenshot.
That's what
and send
happens.
it to Liam.
That right there is what happens when you repeal the eighth.
What happens when you
Update.
don't really? I mean, in all realism.
Awesome. Alright, you can take it away now. That nightmare.
Just chuck it into the stem cell pit. I don't care.
You can see the rest of the world crumbling above and just falling away.
I look at nothing and I ask, is this what the world really looks like? Just a bunch of trees holding pieces of islands and landmass together and then crumbling in centuries? Or is this is just this one island?
Fuck knows, man.
And slowly but surely, the light dies out. This reality comes to a close. And for season 3, we'll reconvene when the light begins anew.
Did I just dab on reality?
Start playing Com Susser Todd.
That can be arranged.
Ooh, lad.
Everyone, join us for season 3, where we'll be seeing where this goes. I hope you've all had a good evening. Enjoyed the season finale. And you'll at the very least be back to see what exactly what the fuck what that Gynax ending was.
I know I've let you down.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Look, think of those lyrics. Maybe I may have thought this through. You can't see me when I'm giving the thumbs up.
Congratulations.
And we'll
That's the-
reconvene next week. We'll probably be doing only war again, just to
Hell yeah.
round out those sessions. Anyway, I'm going to fucking bed. Good night, everyone.
Right.
Congratulations.
Night, everyone.
Yeah, okay. That's how I'm gonna end the stream, by